All right. So, beginning of session, we do the thing we always do. Where do we begin? Last time on Dungeons and Dragons, and we don't have to do kind of blow by blows of combat and stuff, but I do want to be a little bit more sort of call and response with this one than normal. Since the video wasn't uploaded, I don't think, and I don't know if Griffin would have even had time to check it, even if it was. What I would like to do is have whoever's doing a recap, sort of giving recap a little bit normally, but also kind of giving it to Griffle, with the understanding that, like, Griffle, if you have questions, stop kind of as we're doing recap. That might be easier than trying to get it all at the end. And, they can explain to you why they had you, behead a helpless person.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
So what was the start of that session?
Weren't we literally right here, not that far away from where we are now?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. I'm looking at this map and I'm like, is that all we did last week?
That's all we did.
Well, there was... Combat takes a while, and also there was a pretty extended roleplay section right after combat, and I had to keep stopping because I was taking care of my daughters. So
we looked around in this room. Morin went into the upper room. It's kind of like glowing orange, and found some pearls. And the ones in this room seem to be like discarded, whereas other ones in the room we were in prior were more polished. And when we ended up talking to Gelthek, he was telling us that they put the bad ones in that room and kept the good ones, and they have a kind of energy that is fed to a creature.
All right, so you started here, did some avoidance of your friendly neighborhood frog traps. And then what was in the room ahead?
This room had some folks in here, right?
Huh?
The little hallway with the frog also had some folks in it, right?
No. It didn't have anyone in it. You guys took corpses with you to block the harpoon.
Oh, that's right.
I think Drac snuck ahead and saw that there were like 4 soldiers and then 2 priests and then the collared one from our vision in the room at the altar.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And so we went in to fight him, and we did, and we won.
The collared one had
about the map specifically, because from what I'm seeing, the area that we're in is completely blocked off from the area that we started in session before last.
So this up here is like a tunnel that appears to have been dug, and there's this is a ledge that drops down.
No, I mean like no. So like we started all the way like down here, like we went into like this room.
Mm-hmm.
This is the room I remember. Like this is the room I remember us like fighting in, and then this is obviously like another room, but there's no way out of this room.
Oh, you can't see this?
To the left.
Oh no, no, I can't.
Okay.
Oh.
I wonder if it revealed it for us, but not.
Lots of missing context.
I mean like there's a thing there, but these 2 squares look like wall to me. Like they're too dark.
The stairs.
Oh.
The stairs. Okay. No, sorry, that's a blind person problem.
Well, the reveal tool was being an especial pain in the ass last time, so it would not surprise me if it was a Roll20 problem.
Oh, when I look closely, I can see that there's a color difference. But yeah, the stair things look like wall, like they're too dark. Okay, right. So then we came this way, and then what are these green circles?
Pillars.
Okay.
They're bright green, so that we know that it blocks line of sight.
Ah, okay.
This was a persistent issue for some of us.
Yeah, I mean, so they were only green for the purposes of making it easier to see.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, please continue.
So the fight with the collared one and his allies went fairly well.
Yeah, the collar one has some kind of magic on him from the priests. They were acolytes. That I think as we dealt damage to him, we got these marks that the other people would do more damage to us when they hit us.
And these
The
were
acolytes
all.
were. Oh, it was priest.
They were all Salgan.
It's not correctly labeled because why isn't what?
Oh, Darklight acolyte.
No, Darklight priest. I just don't know why.
Oh.
Like the thing that represents the character is correct, but the name is wrong. I don't know why. Is this also wrong? It is also wrong. Cool. Let me fix these real quick. But sorry, I'm just putting this on here so visual references for Foxy are less useful, but hopefully still helpful. But go ahead, keep going.
So we killed the priests and the collared one and two of the raiders, but then when the collared one died, the other two raiders basically just stopped fighting. Like they are being held against their will and do not actually care to participate in battle.
Yeah.
And so we captured them and talked to them. Gelthek is the one we talked to a lot, and he
Needed to be killed.
did. So I assumed that it was silly to tie these people up because there was no way we weren't going to end up killing them, because you can't take prisoners in a dungeon. What is this? But as we talked to Gelthek, it was clear that he was a pitiable creature in a bad situation, and so we wanted to help him. But then it turned out that the way to help him was to chop off his head. So we did.
I feel like maybe more context would be helpful.
Yeah.
So I guess they can read his thoughts, whether he's alive or dead. And so
Who are they?
his masters
Oh.
who control and what was it? It was the masters in the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have his family. And so the only way, because he gave us information and tried to help us, so the only way to protect his family was to kill him and destroy his head, except for we thought if we just brought his head with us, we could later resurrect him. And he could live happily ever after.
But you're the only one with a sharp tool. We all basically have bashing weapons, so we let you do the honors.
Okay.
Yep. We figured you'd be on board, as he is a slave and would like to be free.
Yes.
The other one, on the other hand, was going to betray us at the first chance he got, and so Philly smothered
No,
him
it was
to
me.
death.
No, it was definitely Morin.
Morin smothered him to death.
I think Morin did like a point blank of
Hand of Blight
while he was helpless, if memory serves.
We also cut off the collared one's head to get his collar.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of decapitation last session.
Yeah.
And by we, I mean I asked Griffle to do it.
Griffle might want to invest in some sharp weapons for other people.
I want to know how Griffle would have killed the collared one. Because you got.
Oh, did I get the killing blow?
Yeah.
Did they? I don't remember.
Yeah, because you were
thought-
piloting and you said I won't take it.
Yeah.
We really wanted Gary to do Griffle's voice, but he said no.
Oh, why not?
Because I'm bad at it. So
did I get the killing blow?
I'm pretty sure you did. So Collared One is kind of like a big Goro type character. He's got 4 arms and 2 tridents, and was waiting in melee and was unbelievably ineffective against you.
Yeah.
Mostly because Griffle, do you know, or Fox, do you know Iron to Glass?
Yes.
So he got hit with Iron to Glass, and he's a multi-attacker, so he just did nothing for the majority of combat.
No. Okay, so I guess like I would have done like a little jig to get his like tridents tangled up with each other, because I know the perils of dual wielding. I know how careful you have to be. And then when he got his tridents all tangled together, I would just like snap their heads off and then bonk them on the head with my axe.
Nice. So you finished off the guys in this room, killed the 2 prisoners, took one of the heads with you. What happened in this room? What else was going on in this room? The group decided to take a short rest. So
We did do that. We checked out this altar.
Yep.
And it was like as we've gone through, we sort of figured out that they have like whoever is inhabiting it now is covering up the old with the new but more worn. I guess if that makes sense. So like all of this stuff, if I can.
Well, because
all
we
of
knew that
this
it
is
was
like
a
new, and then the top of the altar is also new, but also more worn out than the old stuff. So we tried to push I don't know what to call it, the altar, the marble off of the countertop. I guess.
Yeah. Tried to push the top off. And when you were going to say something?
well, because it was originally, we know, a temple to like the war god that the storm giant worshipped, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now it is these Saugen worshiping the dark lights. And so when we moved the altar, it was like a forbiddance had happened to the war god.
Yeah, so his there's a symbol in the middle of the table that you can roughly recognize, but the core part of the symbol has been burned away in the same sort of manner that the center of the portraits in Celestia had been burned away.
Now, there was also something about the symbols on the ground, right? On the path. They looked like they were just laid on top of the previous marble or groundwork.
Mm-hmm.
And wasn't there something about like, we don't know what they are, but we kind of recognize them?
Yeah, I think we knew that they were for the ritual.
Mm-hmm.
And we, because I now speak modern abyssal, and so this is like ancient abyssal. So we kind of had a sense that they were like different components of ritual casting.
So just for clarity, it isn't ancient abyssal. It is modern abyssal, but it's a different culture of abyssal. That's why you could get pretty close.
Okay, sorry.
So the cultural tag on this is Hadal, Hadal. So it's Hadal abyssal, and you have a different culture tag.
What is a Hadal? Do we know?
Hadal is like deep ocean speech.
Is that like a known D&D thing? Just curious.
It's a real life thing. So if you throw Hadal Zone into Google, you'll get it.
Oh, okay.
Although weirdly kind of circling back onto things, it is a mythological thing because it's named after Hades. So
Okay. I read a book a long time ago where there were like creatures called Hadals. I wondered if that was a thing. I didn't think it was.
maybe. I mean, if they were creatures from very deep waters, it probably was.
It was deep underground, but yeah.
Then probably the same thing. I mean, Hadal Zone I think is either almost exclusively or exclusively a thing of deep oceans, but doesn't have to be. It could be
Gotcha.
underground. The more you know. All right.
Yeah.
So the group kind of messed around with the altar a little bit, couldn't really figure out what to do with it, but was able to see that there was some power at the altar. Do you remember kind of what was going on with that? Filibuster?
No.
Cool.
That's all I got. No, I don't.
So there
Well,
was.
We
Okay.
saw the priest cast a spell during the battle with using the altar, right? Where it was like
He tried to,
tried
and
to.
then he got
It
killed.
was- yes. But he was saying something like I will die and you'll take my blood and then like exact revenge kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a call to the god of slaughter. And did a thing. And it had some sort of divine energy to it, but the altar also has some divine energy to it. So beneath the top, beneath the thing that was placed over top of the altar that you guys moved, there was something that I made pretty clear about last time. What's different about the altar beneath the top that the Swagan are using? Does anyone remember?
Was that where there was like the shallow bowl or whatever, or was that
Yeah,
the top?
right. So that's the shallow bowl with the little kind of indented area off to the left. But one of the things I was trying to make clear about that is what is different about that altar compared to the one you guys kind of took off the top?
Don't know.
Isn't it like super old but in perfect condition?
Yes. So it looks like it's brand new. All the lines and edges are super clean cut. It does look like it was just recently finished, but you know from context that it is ancient.
I thought that it had like the forbiddance thing, or is that like separate?
It
Aside
did.
from that, it's perfect.
Yes. So
Okay.
because you couldn't see the forbiddance thing until you took the top off, but
Right.
the only part on it that shows any sort of damage or wear and tear is that scorched out section, the symbol in the middle.
Got you. Okay.
Could we make out what the symbol was?
I don't think anyone tried to look at it that much, but I mean,
Is it the 6 spears?
it is reasonable to assume that it could be because you're missing the middle section of it. So it's just basically a circular scar with a bunch of like little things on the sides. But because you've seen the other symbol a few times, you can kind of put the pieces together and be like, all right, well, if I put that symbol here, would it contradict anything I can see? And the answer to that is no. So it might have been a different symbol, but there's nothing here that would contradict it being the 6.
I thought we just were kind of assuming that from the get-go that was what this temple was.
Yes, I think that is also what you were assuming, but since it was asked directly, I answered directly.
So is this room big enough for giants to be in?
It is not.
Okay.
So you guys decided to head off and entered into the treasure room. What did you guys do in the treasure room?
I feel like we just kind of quickly gave up on getting treasure.
Yeah, I was like, can anybody pick these locks? And everybody was like, I can, but I'm leaving.
Well, because it was going to be noisy, and we were afraid of getting caught.
So because into the treasure room is like, cool, maybe we'll circle back to this, but you need to keep moving. Bloop.
But there was something special about the armor, wasn't there?
It was a suit of armor.
Wasn't it again just the material that like looked like it was old, but like in perfect condition, no rust, anything? I.e., very
Correct.
much made for this area.
Either made for this area or possibly magical, because magical stuff sort of resists corrosion and that sort of stuff.
Wait, why didn't we try to take it?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
Question is, would Griffle have taken it?
I mean, what do we know about it?
Those things.
We did ask long. My primary concern is I only have 8 hours of oxygen left. I'm like the lowest. So I'm like pushing to get through here.
Now, to make this sound a little bit less ridiculous, one of the reasons is because as soon as you guys entered into the treasure room, the statue activated, and then you guys spent time deactivating the statue, and then found the passageway behind the statue, and then went into the passage. So it was not like, oh, let's leave all this stuff on the ground and keep moving. It was more like, oh, we got distracted by something, and then we found a new area, and then we moved into the new area. So,
Well, and also we had spent a long time talking to the Gelthek, and we were told that the threat level potentially going up.
correct. The alertness level would go up because you guys did spend. Well, one, you guys actually did spend a short rest, and then two, you did kind of talk to Gelthek for quite a long. So what I want to do is, assuming the group has decided that they are sort of done with the treasure room, basically the group is now in the passageway that you guys are in now. Before we get to the final thing that happened last session, does anyone have anything else they want to fill in? Because at this point, I'm going to be turning to Griffle to explain what happens when she took a short rest. So anything prior to bypassing the final statue and getting into the dark area that you guys are in right now?
Gelthek told us that the pearls are being fed to a dark light. It's like harvesting the energy inside the pearls. And I took a bucket of them. These pearls.
Mhm. Gelthek also told you guys, so why, I guess we'll go back to that for a second. Why was Gelthek specifically against the master that's here? Like, why was he helping you?
Well, he said that this guy is like particularly cruel, right? Like he enjoys the fact that he's killing people for his pet or whatever.
And what does he think is going to happen if this guy succeeds at controlling a dark light?
I think he was afraid for like his family and all the captives, right? Like that he was just gonna do more horrible stuff to them.
Yeah, so the idea basically is Gelthek knows or believes that the master that serves here, that he serves here, sorry, if he succeeds in his plan, his homecoming will be heralded by sacrifices and blood and destruction and death. And he knows that his family is going to be somewhere in that, and that's enough of a reason to oppose him. Anything else before we get to what happens during the short rest? All right, not hearing anything. So let's go ahead and do that. And again, the understanding here is, you can ask questions and that sort of stuff of Griffle, and I will answer what Griffle cannot. There will be a more detailed version of this, hopefully this week, assuming that nothing goes crazy weird tomorrow, because I want to try to record tomorrow if I can. So Griffle, you kind of space out on everyone during the short rest, and what happens? Or rather, what do you want to tell the group?
Fellow captains, I've had contact from the ship. Our sensors are picking up some strange wave, or I wouldn't know the word frequency, but I guess like signal would probably be the word that Griffle might use.
Mm-hmm.
Some strange signal. It's a dog. Sorry, I thought my cat was throwing up again.
Strange signals will do that.
My cat threw up. That's why I was late this morning. My cat threw up on the carpet. I had to clean it up really quick. And then I thought she was throwing up again. But it's actually just someone's yappy dog making a weird noise. Alright. Strange signal. I could not identify what it is. Neither could Plucky. But it does seem that it is affecting the plane. And Gary, correct me if I'm misremembering, but it was like the same kind of I'm sorry, I'm struggling for my words this morning. Help me out.
I don't. I need a noun at some point in there. Same height of what?
same kind of like energy, like it's like something to do with like shifting planes or planes disrupting planes.
Yeah. So so first of all, it might be helpful to go. Who's telling you this information? Who's actually giving you the call?
So yeah, sorry, I completely forgot about that. The crystal helm, and I kind of tap it, spoke to me. It showed me a vision of a fleet.
Before that, who was actually giving you the initial call? Do you remember?
Oh, it was the bosun. Forget his name.
So why is he doing it? Why did he call? Do you remember?
Oh, the crew's freaking out. Yeah.
Right. So the bosun decided to put the beacon's display up for everyone to see, because the crew was being really nervous about being left behind underwater, and there was this disruption on the beacon, that on the sensors that he could see, and that's why he called Griffle. Sorry, Griffle, go ahead.
Yep. So Plucky couldn't identify it beyond just registering that it exists, but it seems that Crystal Helm knows something of these things. It shared a vision with me, a vision that it remembers of a fleet, only a fleet that seems to travel among the stars. Ships avoiding an ambush. Or at least the captain of my ship avoided an ambush. He had disobeyed orders in order to keep his crew safe. There was some great explosion, a terrible thing. And I don't remember why the hell was showing me this in particular.
So does Griffle want to share the other part of the beginning of the conversation with the helm?
Yeah. Anything back? I'm not going to keep anything back. Okay. Except for, hang on, I will type to you.
The only thing I'm not going to tell them is this. I do love the image of the boatswain being like, all right, everybody, we're nervous about being alone. Don't worry. I'll turn on the radar. We'll see there's nothing wrong. Fuck, what is that?
There's something wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, so what basically happens is the boatswain, he puts all the stuff out, and he's like, or the bosun is like, I don't really know exactly what's going on here. But so he's like, the crew gets upset, and he's like, okay, well, I'm going to call. He tries to talk to the ship, and the ship basically says, the disruption is not affecting sensors. Like, there's not, it is a disruption, but it doesn't actually affect anything. And so he's like, yeah, but also everyone's really nervous. So he calls Griffle and is like, hey, I don't know how any of this works, but there's this thing. Could you tell me what the thing is? And then Ripple tries to figure out through Plucky, and basically Plucky doesn't know. And Griffle, do you remember what the helm says? Because the helm then talks to you when you try to get a hold of Plucky.
Yes, it said. 1 second. Send the 8th, trust not in artifice, lest ye be deceived.
And so the helm started talking about how Plucky obviously didn't know what was going on because it's just a dumb system. It doesn't understand. It's an artifice.
Mm.
So then, go ahead.
I just put it in the chat so people can read it.
Sin the 8th?
Yes. So I had a thought about it, but I'll share it later on.
Okay. So it basically, it says, I know that Plucky doesn't know, but what then happens? Would Griffle share this? I assume so.
Yeah. So basically the helm offers me knowledge, and I accept on the condition that I essentially use the attuning power of the helm to attune to different planes. The helm is like displeased that I've visited lots of different places, but haven't spent enough time there for the helm to really like take it in. So it's basically like you need to. We need to do more long rests in different planes.
Mhm.
Okay.
So, what happens then? Do you see this, the ambush? I will say that when I was reviewing my notes, that there was another line that, because Griffel put a lot of when we were talking, Foxy, because you put a lot of attention on the commentary from the Crystal Helm, there is something from the vision that when I was looking through my notes, I don't think I explained. So I'm going to type it in here because I feel like it is specific to the point where you would bring it up. So I'm going to type this in real quick.
While Gary's doing that, I just want to let everyone know that Aaron Carter has passed away. Pop star sensation of early 2000s.
The Backstreet Boys?
I don't think Aaron Carter was in the Backstreet Boys, was he?
Wasn't he in one of those?
I think he was a solo act. Let me look this up. I'm really not sure.
His brother Nick Carter back.
So during the vision, at one point, the first mate will say to the captain, "Send the second. Divination shows the person and their own prejudices. The future is unknown."
So is this like the
so
Ten
this
Commandments?
Yeah, like okay. Divination shows the person and their own prejudices. The future is okay. Yeah. I would, hands down, I would share that.
Yeah. So there's a point in the vision when the captain steps off the platform, and then he says that what he's going to do, and then you see him close his eyes, open his eyes, and the golden light, and the people around know what he's doing. And when he looks back normal and makes his decision, that's when the first mate brings it up and says. So it's the understanding is that people knew that he was doing some sort of divination. So the scene happens, and basically the disruption on the sensors is shown to be what happens when one of these explosions occurs, that it knocks out the power, it knocks out everything on the ship, and it causes these planar disruptions. So then, Griffel, as you kind of get out of things, you said you had something you wanted to share or discuss with the group. A theory, maybe.
Seems with that new context, my theory is entirely wrong. So,
well, I don't think it completely negates your theory, but it's up to you.
So without that second message, I initially thought because I had only the line "Sin the Eighth," trust not an artifice lest you be deceived. I was thinking along the lines initially of like the way the world ships are named after these concepts. So like, faith and prosperity and stratum and things like that. And we learned that there were, I think, 11 ships per fleet.
Mm-hmm.
And we only know of, I think, like 8 or 9 or so that are in our world. And I was thinking there's probably another couple that we don't know about, and I wondered if one of them was named Sin. But I don't think that's right, because now we have like Sin the Second. That line kind of puts paid to that theory.
If you asked the helm like what all the sins are, what would it say?
Ah, that's a great question, Gary.
So the helm, after it finishes the vision, goes relatively unresponsive. And you can try to kind of interact and do stuff with it. And even the normal commands of the helm are a little sluggish. You get the impression that showing you that vision took a lot of energy out of the helm. So not that you can't communicate with it, but you might have to do that later. You've also never seen the helm do anything that extensive. Right? This is the time the helm has sort of exerted itself.
Okay.
So this happens. Griffle, you have one more piece of information. Do you remember there was a discussion about where things happened? Do you remember this?
No. Sorry.
So the bosun basically was saying he doesn't understand all this equipment. He doesn't understand the computer, or the beacon, or the systems at all. He was like, I'm a simple dude. I don't really get all this, but it looks to me like a ripple, like a stone thrown in a pond. Do you remember this now?
Oh, yep. But it was like, I think we theorized that it was the sort of thing where like it's really far away, but it's so big that the ripple reaches us even here, and that like the curve of the ripple is almost like a straight line sort of thing.
Yeah, so the curve of the ripple was not very strong here, and he didn't really know how to use anything to find out where the origin point was, if there was a way to do that. All right. So yeah, you guys, ideally, like I said, I'm going to try to record the thing tomorrow. Go ahead.
Can you what was it that prompted the helm to show me that vision? I don't remember.
So basically you keep trying to talk to Plucky about what the ripple is, and Plucky says, I don't know what it is, and the helm says, well, of course it doesn't know what it is. It's a dumb thing. I have this information and you don't. If you will agree to go and let me experience other planes, I will give you this information.
Right. Okay. So but like, why would it show me the vision though?
It's a good question.
Is it the explosion? I think it's the explosion. Yeah, Gary described a mushroom cloud, guys.
Oh. Wait, so in your vision, it was like an armada of ships in outer space.
Yes.
And
they were all preparing for battle. Mm-hmm. And then the captain of my ship was like, so I was the pilot wearing the crystal helm, and like watching the captain. And the captain of my ship was like told to form up with the others, and he was like, I don't know, this seems like a bad idea. Nobody listened to him, so he defied orders and like used the ESAT, the emergency teleportation, and just like was shot away somewhere. And then from the distance, we could see a mushroom cloud.
So for clarity here, the scene basically is all of the fleet of ships that are converging they're on a planet. They're converging on this location to go and fight somebody, to finish someone off. And the captain, when they're talking about things and he talks about not wanting to go in there, he says that they're vulnerable in they're vulnerable in atmosphere, that it is dangerous for the ship to be planet side. And so he does engage the ESAT, and he ESATs into orbit. He ESATs into orbit and then sees the explosion from orbit on the planet.
Were the crew that you were with Genasi?
No, I did. I saw Minotaur, Bladelings. What else? What else, Gary? We did describe a few.
Yeah, so it was several different races, but the vast majority were Minotaur and Bladeling.
Yeah.
That sounds like it belongs to what's his face.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Aegis.
Aegis, yeah. Also, as far as I'm aware, there were no Genasi, and I don't think there were any like goblinoids either.
Correct.
So this is something in the past because the helm is showing you a memory
Yes.
that it has. Okay.
Well, yeah, tentative, yes.
Okay.
We
We
don't
know
really know how time works in this universe, guys.
True.
we do know the most recent 2 captains, though.
Yeah. Who had the
Hmm.
helm?
I don't believe that it was. We weren't on Superstition's end.
Yeah, you're very certain you were not on Superstition's end.
Yeah.
So do you guys remember we had heard about like a fleet of spaceships?
That rings a bell, but I don't really remember.
Yeah, I think it was like
Fleet
just
of spaceships is all of the big ships that belong to the adversary that are now decrepit.
I thought that there was. I thought somebody mentioned like basically like a space armada, and it was like a separate thing. It was
That's all
not.
So one of the people that Aegis was talking to when you guys first met him was called an admiral, right?
Hmm.
I don't remember the name, but like admiral implies a fleet.
Man, I don't know if I'll ever be able to find this, but I really thought that we like heard from somebody that there was just like this other tangential thing that is like not really related to anything else we've done. That they're just like, oh yeah, there's like this empire of wandering spaceships.
I might be able to kind of give you a hint. Do you remember the person you were talking to, where I think you're remembering this from, is the captain of the
Golden
Golden
Lion.
Lion.
Okay.
Because when basically you asked the captain of the Golden Lion what she did for Aegis, she talked a bit about what she did for Aegis.
So we know he has fleets then, like space fleets.
We know because she was a Bladeling,
Mm-hmm.
and she
Yes.
worked with Minotaurs a lot, and she talked about like there's some location where they fought a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
The Imperium, right?
Yep. Imperium was one of the things that is a force that opposes Aegis and his forces.
Yes. And when we asked her about the Imperium, it sounded like they were like a space fleet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How does and it's not from the adversary, right?
It didn't sound like it to me, but I don't think that we got confirmation.
And none of the information you have about the Imperium seems to line up with information you guys have about the adversary.
It seemed to me like the adversary is like this evil for the sake of evil, like evil god kind of thing. And the Imperium sounded like more like an empire of people who were like authoritarian.
I'm just thinking.
Now the DM is going to
No,
ask you a question, because I don't think it's something that necessarily Griffel would have seen otherwise, but I do not remember the timeline of when people joined the campaign. Were you with the campaign because I know you joined around the time of the Vampire Court. Did you join after Court had ended, or were you part of the group kind of during Court?
I came in at the tail end of Court. The first session that I had was the first session I had with them, I think, was watching Arn turn some dude into a ritual circle.
Okay, so the death of Lita Vito was your first session. Cool.
Yeah.
Starting on a high note.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't think that any of the peoples from the Vision would have sparked any like, oh, that kind of reminds me of this. With that information.
What about anything from our vision with the, like, do we know how these fleets relate to the, is it called the Eternal Rings? Is that what it was?
The Infinite Rings?
Infinite Rings, that's the one.
So you guys know from a little bit of context that the rings and Aegis are not the same thing. Like, he doesn't control the rings, but they're sort of adjacent to him. And that he does have sort of an interest in certain things that happen in the rings. We also know that the Imperium is also sort of adjacent to it, right? So there's the three different forces are basically the Minotaur, the rings, and then Aegis and his fleet on the plane of the Iron Tower, and then the Imperium. Those are the three sort of forces that you guys have heard about that are sort of outer space forces.
Okay, and the Tauren of the Rings are like seem to be allied, or at least working together with Aegis.
So one of the first things you guys get from their interaction basically is they're on friendly terms, but Aegis and his forces do not have permission to enter the rings.
Right.
And Aegis says, you guys have problems, I'm going to go there and solve it for you. And he's like, okay, well, you're going to have to kill us all first because we're going to defend the rings. So
right. Okay.
But they do seem to be at least on friendly terms.
Yeah, okay.
Prior to Aegis saying, I'm going to go and go into your sort of sacred ground and make sure.
Yeah.
Anything else for you guys want to go continue on?
I think that's it from me.
So more contextual stuff of the world, and then moving on past here. Before you guys enter into the passageway, one of you casts a spell. Filibuster gets to use his shiny new ritual. Right, Phil?
Not that new.
Well, have you used it before?
No.
Well, then I'm going to call it.
I'll take it.
So cast Dark Light using the ritual focus to make it to where you all can see the light of the Dark Light and nobody else can. And goes into this extremely dark passageway. Then we had a little bit of an aside. So this is an error from me as the DM. I made the assumption that you guys had access to a ritual which the group did not know existed. So before we kind of get onto things, before we get into this next session, what might end up being a possible retcon, depending on what you guys do, is I made some design decisions here and made some assumptions based on you all having access to Comrade's Succor. So I basically said to the group, if you all knew that this ritual existed, would you have picked it up if you were in town? And the answer that I got back was, yeah, if we knew that this was a thing, we probably would have done it. Would have picked it up. So then the question becomes, would the group have used that ritual during their short rest to rearrange their surges? Or is it something that you guys are planning to do in the future? Because I will let you guys know that it is going to be it's going to likely be an issue that your one of your players has 0 surges and some adventuring left to do in the day.
I think we would have used it on our short rest.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
That means I'm losing healing surges.
So
not necessarily.
How many
For
do
the
you
good of
have?
the group.
I have 4.
Psh. Those are rookie numbers.
P-Shaw.
All right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 9 surges, 4 surges, 4 surges, 0, and 1. So you got 17 surges total after you spend the 1 surge for the ritual. How do you guys want to divvy them up among the 5 of
them? 17 total?
17 total. 17 is your total after you pay the cost of casting the ritual.
Oh, there's 5 of us.
Yep, so you can do like 3 apiece, and then 2 people get 4? Or you could divide differently?
No, I think
That
that
would be
makes sense, and
wise.
give like I'd take 4 maybe, and maybe Griffle, like we take the most damage kind of thing.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me.
That makes sense.
Okay, so adjust your surges if you can, please.
Mine are conveniently already at 4.
I had to give up 5.
So I do think it's funny. Griffle, you got hit last combat, I want to say at least 4 times for a single point of damage.
Yeah. It
Wonderful.
happened a lot.
So I didn't end up spending a healing surge for you because I spent 1 during combat, but I didn't spend any at the end of combat because you basically just got, poked with force with somebody's finger like 4 times.
Did you use any of my dailies?
I don't believe so.
Is the weapon throw on a daily? Or is that
No, encounter.
Did we take a short rest after the combat with the priest and the collared one?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was when you did the interrogation of Gelthek.
Cool. I have all my stuff then.
I made the assumption that you'd used a daily prior to this, and I don't know if that was actually true because I didn't know which daily you'd use, and I didn't have like a perfect instance to use a daily. I just didn't use one.
I think I used Jaws of the Wolf in the first combat, but I don't remember.
I was debating using Castigation on the big guy because you saw that he multi-attacked, but he had Iron to Glass at him and was punching for nothing, so
Yeah.
didn't do that. All right, so our healing surges are where they should be. You're in this hallway, and let's do the description of what happens in this hallway. So it's very, very dark in here, and what do you guys do? And it has to be someone who's not one because she just stepped away.
So we were sneaking down the hallway, and then one had a brilliant idea of using her shaped consciousness to enter the room, as well as I believe she tried to adjust what it looked like. Didn't do a great job, but because it's super dark, pulled it off enough that she could send her consciousness into the next room to talk to the acolyte and kind of make him believe we are meant to be there. I don't remember the entire scenario perfectly.
So the pitch was that you were sent by Gelthek to go and speak with the master.
Okay. And then this is kind of right where we ended, and the concept was, so the acolyte believed us, and I think was turning and kind of like going to show us the way or something. And the thing we ended on, and I don't think we discussed at all, was, are we going to kind of keep this bluff up, try and, make our way as far as we can, or like try and take this guy out before we get into a room with more people and minimize how many we have to fight at once?
Did it seem like we had convinced them previously?
So far, he was believing it, but that's primarily because of the darkness, we thought.
We're not very good at lying.
We're just not good at rolling. I have incredible bluff skills and terrible rolls to go with them.
Now listen, you had one roll that was perfect last session, and you're on the upward trend.
I will say that lightning rush at the very end of last session probably prevented more damage than anything else that anyone did.
So my one good roll. I guess it's good, but still, come on.
We did it afterwards, and it was like 110 points of damage or something.
Yeah, it was an absurd amount.
Something like that.
So, one of many we are discussing what the two options are. Basically, keep the bluff up and go further, or use the bluff to get a jump and fight things in the next area.
Yeah. Well, if we try to keep the bluff up, we don't really know how effective that's going to be, right? Because we're heading into an area of light.
Correct.
So, what are your guys' sentiments?
I say we jump him.
So then we're just killing the acolyte and hoping for the best.
Yep.
The acolyte and whatever else is outside our field of vision.
All right.
Oh, sorry, Gary. I had one question about that healing surge ritual. Is there any way with the ritual, maybe, or otherwise, to divvy up our air differently?
There is something that allows you to do that. You guys do not have it.
Oh.
And I like breathe in big gulpfuls and then like
Oh yeah, because Griffle has 24 hours of air, right?
yeah.
We'll just stick the helm on you if we.
To be clear, and I want to make sure this is understood. You guys are focusing on the amount of air that you guys have. That is not what the thing represents. So the timer represents the duration of waterborne on you. Waterborne does a lot more things other than giving you air. Yes, air is probably one of the most important parts of it, but it does a bunch of other stuff too.
We could theoretically recast a lesser version of it too.
Correct, but the lesser version will not have the other benefits.
Yeah.
Hey, as long as I don't die, I'm happy. So we can continue then. I'm good.
Perfect.
I mean, with or without bonuses, my rolls suck, so whatever.
So making sure that this is here, and you guys have the text. So that's what this effect is doing on you right now.
It's like yeah. So like
God, so we might not be able to move as fast and stuff, but you know the death factor is critical.
Depending on the pressure is the one that I'm looking at. Like
so like there are other problems that will arise if and when waterborne ends, but yes, breathing is an important part of it. You can recast the breathing part of it.
Got it.
All right, so the end of session one, you can see in the dim light of the room ahead, you can see that there is light coming from here and here. And you can sense that basically if you go any further, you're going to get into an area of dim light. Because I know your character only has normal vision and your shape consciousness only has your vision.
Mm-hmm.
The plan is to use the bluff to kind of get a jump on things, because the acolyte spun around in the air and did kind of gesture for you to continue to come forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that you need to attack the acolyte. So I will let the party know that I'm ready to attack. If they want to.
So again, like the last time, you guys can do can either do like the initiative bonus or you can do a surprise round. I think in this particular instance, a surprise round might actually be pretty decent, giving you a single action and then having us roll initiative, just because some of you can get range on him and pelt him with range attacks before the combat starts. So I think having a legit surprise round is probably better for this instance.
But there are other creatures.
You're not wrong. I
But
mean,
we
the
think
other option is you can take the initiative bonus and kind of charge on in. That is perfectly fine. That's what you guys did last time.
But we think the other creatures are further away, right? Like, we're not thinking they're like right on the edge of our vision, or are we?
This is not a question for me. This is a question for you guys.
I think they're like here and here.
Oh, I got the sense that he was like having us come down a long hallway, so I thought they might be more like, you know.
Well, he mentioned there was a description of like lights or something coming from the sides over here.
Yeah, so
Uh-huh.
here and here, ideally, you guys, I'm making sure I'm on the right layer. Yeah, you guys see. So here and here, and again, it's kind of hard to show in Roll20, but there is light, a dim bluish light that is shining into the interior. That you can make it to where you can sort of dimly see the acolyte. So he's, I mean, this is very out of game description, Rise, but imagine like, you know, the blue light on like a phone or something, like a phone that's charging in a completely dark room. That's what you can see of the acolyte. So it's very clearly kind of dim and hazy and that sort of stuff, but you can see some details in this blue light.
Could that be the light from the eyes of a frog?
Ooh.
It does seem to look similar.
Gosh, that's unfortunate.
I could dimensional scramble him. Oh, but it won't
But
attack.
your projected consciousness is up there.
Yeah. So I can cast.
But wouldn't the traps have targeted it?
It's a conjuration, so no.
Oh. All right, good thing Drock's going in first. So
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the range I have.
So that is still the question, right? So are you guys going to take a surprise round, or are you guys going to do the run in, get the bonus to initiative? Because I need you all to make a choice before we can do anything else.
I think we should do a surprise round.
Either way is fine with me.
Let's do a surprise.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Drock, do you still have winged weapon?
I do have winged weapon.
Okay.
I could hit it with Hand of Blight so that it gives us all advantage.
One of your thing, well, you have advantage regardless because you always have combat advantage in a surprise round. Drock, what's the trigger on your speed of thought? Is initiative or someone taking her? What's the trigger on that power?
Initiative.
Okay, so surprise round does technically roll initiative, so anything that triggers on initiative roll will happen.
Oh, okay. So I can move up and then charge because that's what I was thinking of doing.
Yeah, if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, totally.
All right, so everybody give me initiative, please.
Can we take 2 steps forward before we?
Guys, my rolls
Or is that too
top notch today? I rolled a 2 for initiative, so
this is the furthest you can go. Is this line right here?
Okay, so we were okay. So we shouldn't do that.
Can I swap places with one, maybe?
Sure.
I
thought you were talking about initiative. I was like, you guys rolled basically the same initiative.
Yeah,
no,
I thought that too.
Because I've got stubby legs. No, I don't actually have stubby legs.
I mean,
Does anybody?
Drock
Does
can
anybody-
basically be in the back, so you
Does
can
anyone
be
need
up
to be
on-
where I am? Because I could be all the way back up filibuster and still hit.
well, I was also gonna move up, like trigger my speed of thought and move forward and then charge in. So
Yeah, so like if you started here, you could go to here, right? You could start all the way back in that hallway and then speed of thought and charge, and you'd still be able to get there.
oh yeah, fair. I see what you mean. Yeah.
So like you don't have to be in the front to when this begins.
Lauren, would you like to swap with me? I feel like if there's very few targets, it's helpful to have you at the top of the list.
Drock, do you have low light?
Yeah.
Okay, so Drock's gonna be able to see the room when he charges in.
Yeah.
Physical space or initiative place?
Initiative.
Initiative.
Yeah.
Do you want to swap with me? What was your
I'm
question?
asking if you want to go at the top of the round because if there's few targets, you do high damage and you can just pop people.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Garrett, can we swap?
Yep, I'll do 22 and 6. All right. All right, so Drock's thing triggers first. Speed of thought, go.
All right, so yeah, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'll move all the way up.
Okay. And Morin, your turn.
And I take one action. Is that right?
You get one action, so you can't like curse or anything like that. You just have to take one.
That's fine. All right, I will Hand of Blight, the Dark Acolyte.
Hand of Blight, the Dark Light. Go ahead.
Yep.
Question: are you casting that spell from the dark end of the light?
Yes.
I'm just being weird, character.
31 versus Fortitude.
That'll definitely hit.
Okay, so that's 15 necrotic and psychic damage.
He does not resist any of that.
And he grants combat advantage.
Yep. Bill, you're up. Again, for the record, everyone has CA during a surprise round, so
I would like to run up and see what I see. So, or I guess swim up.
okay. So are you not making an attack?
I just need. Can I reveal when I walk up? Let's see. Because I get the 10 squares of light. No.
You do. I'm asking, are you doing this instead of attacking? Correct.
I might attack, but do we not get the? I don't understand.
So this is a surprise round. You get one action. You can only do one thing.
Oh, and that's instead of moving.
Correct. So you can either move or attack or curse or minor action, whatever. You get one action.
I mean, he is far, so I have to move.
Well, I mean, you could have positioned yourself better if you realized you only had one action. So I don't think was anyone here.
Wasn't Drock here?
No,
I moved out of the way.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just cast the single target spell. Wait, no, that's short range, isn't it? Sacred Flame. It's only 5.
It is.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh. Well, I guess I'll just cast at one dude. I will cast Hand of Radiance at one person. And he's granting combat advantage?
Correct, because surprise round. And he got hit with Hand of Blight. There's a lot of reasons that he's granted combat advantage.
So basically, with Hand of Blight, the first round I will still have combat advantage because it hasn't been the end of my next turn.
So the 20 versus reflex.
20 v reflex. I don't believe, but maybe it does. It does. For
that's 13 damage.
All right. One of many.
All right. I'm just gonna do Secret of the Way on him. So I'm adding 2 to attack because he is granting combat advantage.
33 definitely hits for 19. He is bloodied.
Nice.
Nice.
Griffle.
Let's see. 1, 2, 5, 6. Oh, I've only got one action, right? I can't do anything.
Is your speed 6 or 5?
6.
So you could do a running charge if you wanted to, or you could do some other sort of setup action.
Fuck it, let's do a running charge. So that gives me -5 to my attack roll. Is that right?
Yep, and you'll grant combat advantage, but it'll go away basically as soon as the fight starts in earnest. Do you have low light? Don't you? I think bugbears do.
Let me check. Yes.
Cool. 1, 2, 3.
We call them the little froggies.
So 16 AC unfortunately does not connect.
Okay.
So as you run in, you can see the kind of close-built columns of this area. I'm going to try to see if I can draw them on here. That's not the correct. Cool. That's also not the. What the hell? Circle.
What is a
Why?
crod?
Proud.
Literally a crab person. I don't know why it's not letting me do the straw tool. I feel kind of dumb. There we go.
Crab people. Crab people.
People walk like crab, talk like people.
My wife said I haven't heard that in a while, and I'm sitting here going, I don't think I've heard this ever. What the hell are you guys talking about?
It's a South Park
South
bit.
So yeah, they're crustacean people more than crabs specifically. So the impalers look a little bit more like shrimp. The crushers have sort of a mix between hammerhead shark and a crab.
And then what's the aura?
You don't know.
What Griffel's inside of it?
Oh,
That'll
aura.
be a start of turn.
So this is the aura. You guys have seen this aura before, so
Oh, okay.
Drak, you are up.
Yeah, quick question, Gary. Gang up? Solo enemies? Like, is this guy considered solo because he's alone? Like, or, like, what does solo actually mean?
Yeah, I'm going to need the text.
It's so gang up is +2 damage to solo enemies, +3 if ally adjacent.
Okay, so it means that there's none of their allies are adjacent to them, so it's Cunning Stalker.
Okay.
I don't think that's the actual wording of the. But
No, I think I have a partial wording. So he's considered solo right now.
yeah, so it's the same wording as Cunning Stalker. So if none of his allies are adjacent to him, you get the bonus of gang up. If you have your allies adjacent to him, you get an additional bonus.
Okay.
28 for 16,
Yeah.
and that is it for Bry's round. He is very injured. All right. So, are there any ties with players? Griffle is tied with the Sailors, so it goes at 15. It's a 14, and that's and
I tied with two.
tied with a bunch of stuff.
Crod King.
The Crud King.
All right. So
The
that
Liver
should not
King.
have any talent.
Did you design a Crawd King for Dale?
Dale Kingsmill?
No, my Dale.
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe. I have put this onto the Discord, so
Right.
he might have used the same monster from the Discord because this is one of the build me an army monsters.
Yes, I thought so. Yeah, I remember this.
Well, let's
It's
see if you
pretty-
remember what it does.
I'm trying very hard not to remember specifically, so
Cool.
I'm not that kind of person.
I'm not
Alright,
that
so-
not that kind of orc.
The
Me not
Impaler
that kind of-
is going to move up as it very rapidly swims through the water with its many legs, and then it is going to attempt to Scissor Claw on Griffle.
Yes, isn't me.
Fires of
Couldn't help yourself.
You know who I am.
Oh, I know. I'm gonna make some monster someday that's just gonna be like all of the names are just gonna be designed to tickle you pink, and that's all they do. All right.
Area
so,
fire damage reduced. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
Is fire damage reduced underwater?
If you don't have waterborne, yes.
Oh, we are waterborne.
Correct.
Okay.
Nice. Because we're the best.
All right.
So you're gonna our Crusher is going to move up and Hammer Claw down on Drak. Drak actually hit the target. So Hammer Claw towards Drak. And wow.
Please tell me you dodged that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, his reflex isn't good. It's not that bad. Other Impaler. Scuttle, scuttle, scuttle. One of the Impalers was already attacking Griffle, so I'm gonna do that. Realizing the damage mod is wrong. 21 AC, which I assume misses.
The miss.
27 AC, which might connect.
That is. Oh, let me double check that actually. Sorry.
I feel like
To
it's
quickly run back to my.
I feel like it's close.
It's it meets it's exactly.
Okay, so 15 points of damage as one of the claw strikes into you. And Morin, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna move up 6 spaces. Let me make sure that's right. Yep. 6 spaces. I gain concealment. I am going to curse the Dark Light Griffle Stare and Shrift. And what was that?
It is cursed.
And then sure. It's so unfortunate. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and hit it with another Hand of Blight. Attack modifier is 2. No damage modifier. We'll use my Fell Scorn. So 29 versus Fortitude.
29 versus 42 will definitely hit.
Okay.
And
27 damage.
no, he's very, very dead.
Okay. And then I'll refresh my Fell Might and charge my Dark Reaping.
Well, you can also dishearten past the group as well, because there's nothing in the group at the moment.
Oh, true.
Anything else from Morin?
No.
Phil, you're up.
I'm gonna delay one turn for one.
Okay.
Do you want me? Do you want me to scramble in a certain way?
I prefer my eggs French style, actually.
Squirrel.
Actually, no. I changed my mind. I might delay next turn. I'll just go this time.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this a safe square right here where the arrow is from the stuff?
No, that is a square of Razor Coral.
Okay, I couldn't tell if that was considered majority or not.
Yep. So the thing is half or more, and it is Razor Coral. And that square is basically exactly half.
I know Morin just loves when I stand next to him, so may as well go.
I do.
Nothing ever goes wrong.
Yeah. Nope. That's partial cover there, I guess.
Yes, partial cover.
That'd be definitely partial.
Worth noting, the Impalers are small size. So the Impalers are
not bigger than you.
Gosh darn it. Oh, we
Gotcha.
killed the acolyte. That's good to know. Okay, I'm just gonna do Hand of Radiance again on the Crusher and the 2 Impalers that are close.
Okay.
Actually, I can't reach this one. Oh, I could. Oh, he's also probably partially covered.
Correct. I think actually he has superior cover. Oh no, because there's the small pillars. The partial cover. Sorry, I thought it was one of the bigger figures.
Yeah, Yeah, why don't I just do the impalers? I'll do the 3 impalers that I can see.
So the first one will have a -2. The other ones will have no penalty.
And no damage bonus. Oh, but I do. No, they're not giving combat advantage. 26, 19, and 23. So much for cover.
The 19 is a miss, but let me double check. It is not a miss. For 3 hits. Anything else?
No, I'm good for now. I don't know. Griffle, do you want to heal? Foxy?
Yes. No, actually, no. I'm going to heal myself next turn. It's all good.
Okay.
How many? You're up.
Yes.
All right. So I will do. Yeah, maybe I will just do Dishearten because there's not really a whole lot of scrambling. Unless, do you guys want me to move that Crowd Crusher closer?
I feel like
Griffle
everything's
or
gonna move on
Talk?
its own, so you just do what you want to do.
Well, Griffle's next. Would that
The
help you?
Crusher did have reach, though. It's kind of
Would that-
sketch.
Yeah, I'll do Dimensional Scream. Okay. So I will target the Crowd Impaler 2 and the Crowd Crusher. And I will not augment.
Ooh.
Dang.
So this is against the Crusher and Impaler 2, correct?
Yes, and can I move the Crusher here?
Yeah, I need
Right,
I need
critical.
crit damage from you.
Oh, what do I do? Sorry.
So it's max your stuff, so it's plus 13, and then plus I don't know what your critical and your implement is. So
Yeah, good question. Shit. Have
What-
I
what
ever
is
crit before?
What is
So
your-
it's a crystal orb of unfailing concentration +2. Critical is plus 2d8.
Yep, sounds right. So it'd be 2d8 plus 13.
Okay.
So if you want, you can put that in double brackets, and it gives you a total. But so 8 plus 13, so 21.
21 and 12.
All right, and where do you want that to be? Sorry.
So I'll only move the Crowd Crusher here, right in front of Griffle.
Okay. Line them up. All right.
That'll be it. Thank you.
Griffle, the thing in front of you died, and then was replaced with something else.
Wonderful. I'm going to heal myself. Boop.
And who's your torque target?
Talk target is me.
No, not you. The torque thing, where you pick an enemy and.
Oh, yeah. Choose an enemy you can see until the end of the next turn. So I'm going to go with the Crusher right in front of me.
Beat his ass. Beat his ass.
Sounds good. Go ahead.
Boom. Okay, and then I'm going to Twin Strike, both hit into the guy. Oh, I'm going to Quarry first, and then Twin Strike into the guy. So I have +2 to attack bonus. Both of these. Do I have
4, by the way, +4 to attack one.
Right, hang on, let me cancel that so I get it right. I don't have a damage bonus, do I? No, I don't.
You do. You had +2 to damage from torque.
No, hang on. +2 attack rolls. Oh, and damage rolls. Oh my bad. I don't even read my own abilities. I'm so sorry. Just always seem to have rolled the same for both of them anyway. So just
Those are some crazy fucking
18 damage.
All right. So we've got
18.
Well, and Quarry. So right, so it should be
22.
22?
And none of the dice popped, so no carnage weapon.
22. Ow. Anything else from Griffle? You got a.
I have one more. No, I healed myself, worried it. No, I've done. I've got an action point, but no. I'm good.
For the purposes of people keeping track of things, however, just be aware that this is the second combat in your round of stuff, so you will get an action point at the end of this combat. Impaler, the one that's back here. Well, I think the answer is going to be Scuttle Scuttle attack. Oh. Slap, 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 slap. Nothing happens.
I keep thinking I need to do Lightning Rush, and then he keeps rolling like that, so, you know. Okay, so I'm going to go after the guy in the middle. I can't read his name, because it's just Griffle.
Crod Griffle.
Crod Griffle.
Crod Griffle.
Right?
The new OG.
Yeah, I'll just do Spectral Legion on him. And I don't think there's any attack bonuses. He is not bloodied, correct?
Correct, he's not bloodied.
Okay. Oh, wow, I actually rolled decent. So.
I mean, you've hit twice this encounter, so, you know.
Right?
He's not bloodied.
And that marks him, correct?
I don't think so. Gives him the flag of shame.
Okay. Well, I'm going to also do Balmind's Mend.
All right. And flag of shame. Anything else? You have a minor action remaining. Or, sorry, you technically have a move action remaining. Move or minor.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Our number 2 Crusher. Do you want to go over here? Is the back line. It's going to attempt to smash Griffle. Wow. These guys are rolling very, very well.
Yeah.
Gary and I have swapped roles, and I'm loving it.
So,
Okay, so like, Drock, you and me, we're just holding the line here, and it's like these little claws are just like, and we're just like slapping away, and we're like looking at each other, being like, "This is so easy. What were we afraid of?"
Oh shit!
That we were afraid of that.
Oh yeah.
So this huge crowd swims out of the darkness, turning to the side to squeeze between the 2 smaller pillars. You are now inside of an aura. And this is what the aura does. You will notice a theme from this whole temple.
Blood and water.
All right, so if we get blooded, we need heals.
All right, so he's going to use Claw Fury against Drock and Griffle. So first attack is against Drock. Doesn't have any bonuses. That's a crit.
Okay, so I am immediately going to. No, that's not the right one. Mighty Hue. I'm going to Mighty Hue on this one.
Can you? You're not in melee range of him.
Oh, wait, hold up.
He has reach.
Shit. No, I can't. Sorry.
All right. So that is 12 plus 8 is 20 points of damage. And he's going to slide you to here. I mean, he is going to grant an attack to the Impaler.
That's not Griffle.
What's up?
That's not Griffle, right?
He hit
That
me
is not-
first.
He crit Drock first.
Oh, sorry, I misread it.
And then the second swing is going to be against Griffle. So 29 against Griffle. For 15. And he is going to slide you technically here. So you're going to be 1 square up above the crowd. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little marker on you here, this little burrowing marker, to show that you're one square up in the square next to you to make it more readable on the map. But you're one square to the left.
Cool.
So you take 15, and then we're going to do the extra attacks. So one of them is going to go to the Crod Crusher, who is here. It's going to be attacking on Griffle. And I believe he gets he does not get a bonus. 31.
Oh my god. Remember, don't talk shit about Gary's monsters.
So now that I'm up in this square, I can Mighty Hue from this one, right?
You can, but he's not attacking. Well, this one is attacking you, so you have to Mighty Hue the other one that's going to be hitting Drock in a second. So this is the Crusher hitting Griffle.
Yeah, okay.
So this is 12 and 4 is 16, and you are grabbed.
If I use Disruptive Strike, does that make it not a crit?
If you can lower the attack below your AC, then yes.
Well, I mean, I don't think I can. Hang on.
I don't know what your wisdom
No, I
is.
totally can. I totally can. Yes, I'm Disruptive Striking it.
Now it will still hit you, it just won't crit.
It's only 7 damage extra, right?
Yeah, but it's also cool to stop a crit.
It's also going to bloody me, like on this turn.
Yeah, whatever.
Why don't you want to be bloodied? I don't see a problem with that at all.
Okay.
20 AC
So-
does connect.
And then -8 to the attack roll, which means it is no longer a crit.
Yep. It is still an automatic hit because a natural 20 is an automatic hit. So you only hit 9 damage. And you're grabbed.
9 damage.
Yep. And he is quite bloodied.
And that's still going to bloody me, but that's okay.
He would have been bloodied before that attack if that is relevant to you.
I don't believe so, no.
Hang on. It's not 18. It's more than that. So
he's not quarried one of the dice, so 4.
Quarry damage this round, so that doesn't. But one of the dice pops, so it should be 22 damage.
Yes.
Okay. He's not dead, but he's really hurt. And then the second attack, so the grand attack is going to be, I think he can do Impale? No. Melee basic, no. He has to.
Oh my god, Gary Johnson.
Nothing to worry about, guys.
Radical.
Don't worry. It's going to be 13 points of damage to Drock.
Meow.
Rachel, will you smack Gary? He's being very rude.
Crit 4 times in a row?
They said, "What? This is easy. What are we worrying about?" And then I crit 4 times in a row.
Oh, it wasn't quite, and no, it was 3 times, and it wasn't quite in a roll. There was a...
Sorry.
was one.
I rolled. I hit by a lot and then crit.
1, 2, 3.
DM is going to forget what the range of the stupid power is. It is 5. Yep, filibuster. Hello. Going to cast Angler's Lure on you.
Angler's Lure.
15 versus your will is definitely not going to get the job done. Can he? Can't move people around. Well, sort of. Yeah, so he's going to action point.
Gary's being so mean today.
And then he's going to Claw Fury because
Who's that against?
If you crit again, I'm leaving.
So he's just going to claw against Drock. Not a crit.
And a miss.
All right then. And that is it for him. Paler number 3 has a bloody target. Yes.
Griffle is
Yes,
bloodied.
Griffle is bloody.
Correct. Yep.
So, again, as a reminder, here's the blood in the water. There's a +2 to hit. He's also going to swim up a little bit to flank with Griffle, or flank with the other Impaler, and then is going to use Impale.
A lightning rush here would give a lot of attacks of opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're not doing that.
He also missed horribly, so benefits.
I wanted to ask before I read the numbers.
No, I appreciate it. And that is correct. This Crusher, he is going to, believe, sustain his claw first. So, crab creature takes 11 points of damage. Crush you for 11, Griffle. And then
Will help.
he's going to, as he sustains the grab, he's going to pull you down and then attack with the other hand. So claw on the other hand. So you are bloodied. He doesn't have a way to get flanking, so he's just at a +2 to hit. So 31 AC for 7.
Is that 1 health?
Will help.
The Impaler sees something that is very injured and is going to attempt to impale.
Impaler 2, right?
And, number 2 is going to attempt to impale Griffle.
Okay, so that one I can lightning rush without doing any weird stuff, right?
Correct. Go ahead, lightning rush. That happens first.
Do I have any attack bonuses because he's flanked or anything like that?
He is not currently flanked.
Isn't Griffle kind of like to the left and above?
He's up, or she is up. So there's not a direct square between you.
Got it. And he's not bloodied or anything, correct?
Correct. 34 definitely hits for 22. He's now bloody. All right, and impale on you, so doesn't get the attack bonus. So you're not bloodied, no flanking, normal attack. 23 against AC for you.
Misses.
Worth noting that would have been a 27 on Griffle, which I believe hits on.
Thank you.
Morin, you're up.
Morin,
so
you should delay.
I should delay? Okay. I shouldn't, do an AoE spell on top of Griffle,
That's what I'm going to do.
but mine will damage her. Is that good?
Well,
Mine will not damage her.
Yeah, I'll
Or
delay after.
you could theoretically knock Griffle out, and then I can resurrect her, and then I can cast my spell. How's that feel?
I could hit everything except for one.
Same. But I'm asking you if you want to knock Griffle out, and then I could resurrect him.
So I don't get anything from dealing damage to my allies. But I don't. I mean, there are some warlock powers that do things when I damage my allies, but this is not one of them.
Why are we talking about my life here? Can't you just?
Morin, are you going or are you delaying?
I will delay after filibuster.
Phil, are you going or are you delaying?
I'm going.
Okay, do the thing.
I'm casting Fires of Judgment. Actually, I'm gonna move.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do Rain of Blood.
No. Oh, well, Rain of Blood also seems smart.
Really, you're gonna put blood in the water?
Well, Fires of Judgment seems very excellent, Gary. See, you can't. You're tossing out. See, this is why I asked about the fire underwater, because I'm really concerned that this isn't going to do very much damage.
It is not going to have any ill impact.
I'm doing Fires of Judgment. That seems better. And I'm going to center it on the Crusher number 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then the order would be King, Impaler.
Yeah, so it's just book order first, and then normal book reading.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. You have 5.
And then the Crusher is giving CA.
Crusher is granting ZA, correct?
Just to adjacent allies, I thought.
I think it's granting combat advantage to everything, but maybe I might be wrong. Oh,
This
you're
is gonna
correct.
look-
Only adjacent allies. So yeah, no combat advantage.
Okay, that's actually helpful in this scenario. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I need one more roll. I'm just gonna roll a d20. Easier. 3 plus a lot.
14.
Actually, 3 plus 14.
That's what your other rolls were. Plus.
So we've got a miss on the king, a hit on Crod 2, a let's see, second, sorry. Defenses Crod. So the Crusher was 17 versus Reflex, which is a miss, and then a crit on Impaler 1, and
18
then
versus the Crusher.
And that's a 17 versus Impaler.
18 would hit. So there is a bloodied ally in burst. All right, cool. So we have miss, hit, crit, and then what was the last roll?
3
Also an
plus
18.
14. Also,
Am I
wait, where's
blind?
the 18? Why are you making it 18 instead of 17?
+1 to the attack if any bloody allies are in the burst.
Oh, so also 18. The 3 is down at the bottom, Gary. It's the 3 plus 14.
Oh, it's just a D20. You just roll a
It's just
D20 rather than giving me something
Yeah.
to use. Cool. All right. I didn't know if the 3 was in something else. Anyways, so all right, we got a miss on the king. The Impaler that got hit takes 30 fire.
No, it's if I have if I have any bloody allies on the burst, the attack deals 19.
19.
Right.
You just rolled really badly.
Yes, and then the crit does 36. Why is it doing this thing again with the adding?
The crit definitely does more than 36.
Yeah, it's 36. Is it aberrant? Are they aberrant?
No, but the 30
Okay.
the second roll, right? Because there's a
Yeah.
bloody ally, so it should be 38 plus 10. Yeah?
Yes.
48?
Correct.
He is bloodied. And then the last guy is a hit for 19. It's this Impaler down here. He's dead.
Yes.
No. Undo?
Yes. No.
Those two guys' health were linked weirdly. I think. Yeah, what the hell? Hang on.
Griffle, I would suggest living.
All right, 78. So you did 19 to this guy. And then this guy should get some health back. He should go to that. All right.
Okay, and then I'm going to move here. And then I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Griffle. For
Surge
9.
plus
Oh,
9.
that was a good roll. Surge plus 9. Pretty decent roll. Then I'm gonna pass.
How much healing? Sorry.
Surge plus 9 for Griffle.
Thank you.
Morin, you are up.
Now that the creature underneath Griffle has been killed, can
Yeah,
she
I can
move?
put her in the right
Perfect.
spot.
Thanks.
And I can take away her grab.
Can I see this creature?
You can, it will have cover.
Okay. I just need to know if I can see it. So for my minor, I'm going to curse that one.
Okay.
And then I'm going to I'm going to free action to change the damage of my Spirit of Thunder.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Shadow Tentacles. And let's see if I can draw a square. Look at me go. To hit these 2 Crod Impalers and the Crusher.
Okay.
So
Do you need to move to see that square? I don't know. We've talked about this before.
You do not.
Okay.
If the pillar was a full-size pillar, you would. But it's not. It's one of the little partial pillars.
Not the closest there. So I'm going to use my Dark Reaping on the second target.
Okay.
Okay, so the Bloodied Crawd Impaler number 3, it's a 17 versus Reflex.
Okay. So 17 versus Reflex doesn't connect, nor does the 16, but the 21 does.
Okay,
so
it'll be a 19.
19
damage.
right on here. All right. That's a lot of stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
He's 19 and this guy is slowed.
Yes.
All right. Anything else?
And I will just move back to keep my concealment. That'll be it. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to action point. And I'm going to attack the Crawd King with Upsetting Onslaught. Oof. Critical miss.
I mean, it was upsetting just to you. Anything else?
Nope, that was going to do it.
One of many. You're up. You've got a lot of targets around.
Yeah. So, question so Griffle has floated down to the seafloor again?
No, she's still up one square.
Okay, so if I do a burst spell, would that hit her or no?
Yes. So it's burst spells are cubes. So if it's an area burst 1, it's a 3x3x3 cube.
Okay. Gotcha.
Could you direct the cube into the ground?
You can.
You
Yes.
have to have line of sight, or
you have to have line of effect to the square. So, for example, like the cube that was drawn over here by Morin, as long as you can see the middle of the cube, you can have some of it like hitting nothing, right? So like this is hitting the wall, but you can't have the origin square inside of a wall.
So if she were 3 squares up, I could cast it on the ground, and so one layer of the squares would go under the ground.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. So then I will need to do dimensional scramble. Make it ally safe. So I will make
So the
my
question
square.
is,
Yeah.
do you want to include this impaler or this crusher?
Yeah. I think that I want to include. I guess the crusher has had less. I'm gonna go like that.
Okay.
Okay. So I am doing dimensional scramble, augment to.
The third one is a 14. This is against Fortitude. Assuming that does miss, it does. The 19 versus Fortitude on the other guy will connect. So that's 3 solid hits for 14 each. And other than the crusher, let me know where you want them to go.
Okay. Do you guys have any thoughts on how you might want these guys? They can be in the square or around the square.
Can you throw them into the thorns? The razor wire?
Yeah, I guess I could.
You can. It's not going to damage them because it's not force movement. It's teleportation is its own thing. You're not like pushing or pulling them there in that square. So it's not. They're not going to damage putting in the razor.
Good. Put the big guy above the.
Foxy,
rock.
can you fix your mic?
Go ahead. It is fixed.
If they're in a square with razor wire because they've been pushed there, when they try to leave, do they take damage?
Let me click the button so that you guys can see it, because you guys have been around it enough to know how. So this is how it works.
Okay.
I mean, the point that I'm making is teleportation by game terms is not considered force movement.
Right. Okay.
Gotcha.
Maybe put the big guy in the corner. Did you
Like
do
just
that?
farther away.
And then
Yeah.
move these over here.
What if he goes like on top of? Oh, I guess it's not. Can he be on top of the frog thing?
He can be above the frog.
Sure. Let's push him over there.
Okay.
And then, do we want these two to be closer to us?
I was saying like in this area, right?
Sure. Okay. So one here and one here.
So here and here.
I am good with that. You guys?
I think it's fine.
Cool.
Unless anyone else has an opinion.
No, that seems okay.
Anything else
Okay.
from one?
Yeah, I'll just shift. Oh, well, I guess I'm far back, so nope, I'm good.
I'm safe. Griffle, you're up.
Cool. Give me 1 second. Is my mic better, by the way?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so how many squares up am I? 3.
1. You're 1 square up.
1. Okay.
She's making the point
Can I
that if you were 3 squares up, she could have done a burst below you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Can I swim? Is it still like 1 movement to swim down, yeah?
Yeah, it's 1 square movement to go down 1 square.
Okay, cool. I guess I will. It seems like such a waste.
I mean, it would, going 1 square down does put you in flanking with Impaler 2, where you're not currently in flanking, if that's what you're.
Yeah, okay. Let me quarry Impaler 2, shift down 1, and I will do a twin strike first hit on. I can't read it. Hang on. Impaler.
3 is to your left.
Just the 1. The bloodied one.
So the
1
two,
on 1.
So 1 strike at each of the bloodied ones?
Yes, correct.
Sounds good.
And I don't think I have any bonuses active.
+2 to attack. Well, and you're flanking with Impaler 2, so +4 to hit an Impaler 2.
Okay, so attack 1 on Impaler 2 would be a 28. 29 instead.
Okay.
Yep. And then attack 2 would be a 24.
Okay, so we've got, because again, always book order, so 25 to hit for 6 damage, and then an additional 4 on this one, so 26 to hit for 8 plus 3 plus 4, so 11, 15? Right?
Hold up. So the quarried one is Impaler 2.
Correct.
So, right. So, yeah. So 8, 19, 11.
So the guy with 5 hit points takes 6, and the guy with 14 hit points takes 15. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Effective.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Minor standard. Anything else?
I moved. I shifted down 1 so I could. Oh no, wait, because I'm still adjacent to them, right? Even 1 square up. So like, I didn't need to shift. No, I'll stay floating in the air. That seems fine.
You didn't need to shift, but it gave you combat advantage to shift. Was the reason I was saying.
Okay, so yeah, and that would that have been the difference between a hit or a miss? I don't think so.
I mean, I'm not gonna say anything, but.
All right. Well, I'll have shifted. So let's get rid of that burrowing. Where's the burrowing icon?
I already got rid of it.
Oh, you did? Okay, cool. Thank you.
I took it off when you were in the correct square.
Cool. And
Combat
then
advantage would not have made a difference because you had +2 from power or healing word.
I included that.
Oh, psych.
Oh, cool. Well, either way, I'll. Griffel's more comfortable with feet on solid ground, so we'll make that happen.
Right.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Drock, you're up.
All right. So if I move like into range of this guy, that doesn't provoke opportunity, right? But if I were to try and move here, still in range, would that provoke or not?
Yes. So provoking is all about threatened squares. So rather than think about like where you're moving, think about where you're leaving. So if you leave a square adjacent to something, so you're here, if you leave this square, that's provoking.
Got it. Okay.
Because if you get used to think about provoking as leaving squares, it's much easier to remember what provokes and what doesn't.
Okay. Well, I might move down here then, so I can be in range of more stuff. Do that, and then I will hit the Impaler. And he's not bloodied, correct?
He is not bloody. Correct.
Alright, so nothing special, just basic hit. He'll give combat advantage to any adjacent allies. Oh, I guess he's solo then, isn't he?
He's not. He's adjacent to the Crowd King.
No, I'm going for the Impaler, the one beside Griffle.
Oh, sorry. Yes, he would be solo, and you have an ally adjacent.
So I'll be at 3 more damage.
So
I'll get better with that.
And 14 to this guy. Oh, so 3 more, right? So 17 total?
Correct.
He is now bloodied.
And then I'll use Balmind's Demand on him. And call that good.
Crusher. Lots of things are going on. There's still a bloodied target. So that is going to be the answer. He's going to shift up to here and then swing with a claw at Griffle.
So
28 DC.
If I were to lightning rush here, nothing would happen because I'm not moving, right?
Correct. You don't have to move. I mean, you could move if you wanted to, but you don't have to move.
No, so I will lightning rush.
Okay.
Ooh, nice. Crit.
Okay.
Who is this and what have you done with our friend Drock?
Right?
He is now bloodied, so that is going to be a 26 against your AC.
Yeah. Oh, so that ties.
So meets it, beats it. So yeah.
Yep.
So it's going to be 7 points of damage, and you are grabbed by him.
Okay, and I think that puts me. Yeah, I am bloodied now as well.
Okay. All right, then. I think that's it for the Crusher 2. The Crowd King is going to move up. 2 things that are bloodied nearby. Perfect. Just as he wrote it up. Although... Oh, yeah, he can do that. All right. So first swing is going to be against Griffle. Second swing against Drock. So this is going to... He does get to recharge his Claw Fury. Does he... He's going to try to do something else first. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So he's going to move up, and then he's going to Angler's Lure on Filibuster.
Is that with cover?
It does not have. You do not have cover for him.
Well, it doesn't. Wait, why? Oh, okay. It doesn't hit anyways. That's fine.
All right. Then he's going to Claw. So it's going to be Claw on Griffle first. Oops. Correctly. 29. It does not do any damage. English Lure does not do damage. It's a minor action.
It says it deals. Sorry.
Oh. It's formatting of the template that I use. So
I take 19 damage.
19 damage. And he's going to slide you. So get the burrowing thing again, and then some shit's going to go down. So second attack is going to be on Drock, and then I'm going to have to resolve all this random shit together. So second attack on Drock, who is also bloodied. 24 does not hit your AC, I believe.
Correct.
All right, so Griffle, you get slid into the same square as the Crusher. Crusher is going to. Crusher is not marked. Yeah, Crusher is going to get an attack against you. With bonus 2 to hit. 21 is going to miss. However, as the Crowd King grabs you with his claw and sort of slides you into the area, you see the statue below him pulse with energy and let a blast of energy.
That's very rude.
So, first target is Griffle, second target is Drock. Now, it's not a creature, so it doesn't get the damage or the hit bonus from the aura, but 24 versus Will and a miss on Griffle or on Drock. So 24 against Griffle's Will.
23.
Oh no.
7's like I'm down.
More like the Crud King, am I right?
All right, so he sends out a weird gurgling cry. Does this guy not have... One of this guy's abilities is wrong. Oh well. Sad day. That's it for the king. Filibuster, you're up.
Minor action, go. Blackened Soul. Res yourself. Are you Foxy?
Yep, I'm doing it.
Okay, good to make sure.
Up to 2 healing surges. Oh
yeah, isn't it like all the rest that you...
Up to, so you don't have to spend both. Want to?
Oh man, should I use another encounter power team?
Encounter power? I mean, yes.
Okay.
If it's a daily, then that's a question.
But we're not necessarily going to rest.
But we can do the not quite a rest thing where you could get back.
Okay. Should I do thunder? Yeah, I guess this is more of a question for you guys. Do you want me to attempt to daze, or do you want to kill?
I'd say kill. There's enough bloodied enemies here that just getting rid of them would be beneficial.
Yeah.
Well, it's more focusing the big guy.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Let's
your call then.
Let's do Rain of Blood. That's probably fine. Nothing. Oh wait, I messed up. Hello. Why do I really need to learn the alphabet? This would be so much easier. Gosh. Oh my god, another one. That's so sad. 19 versus Fortitude on the Impaler.
Double hits on the Impaler and the Crusher.
For 19 damage each.
Very bloodied. And total 5. You have a draw tool. Like, why?
Honestly, I don't even consider that. Use that.
Just being a weirdo. All right. So that means that Griffle is at +5/+2 right now. Anything else?
No, that's all of my things. Unless I want to run in closer, which I don't think I want to do.
Morin, you're up.
Okay. So I'm gonna swim forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because from here I cannot see this guy, right?
Correct.
Perfect. So I'm going to curse the Crod King.
Cool.
And then I'm gonna use,
distant away from you, but
just in case. And then I'm gonna use Arcane Prodigy to get a +2 bonus to my damage.
okay.
And we're gonna hope it hits. And we're gonna throw a little Hand of Blight downrange. Don't have Prime Shot. Do get a damage. Also, my Dark Reaping, it's the next target that I hit. So the fact that I missed on the one that I said I was going to use it on doesn't matter.
Okay.
He is cursed, so I will use that. Does a 23 versus Fortitude hit?
23, I'm almost positive does connect. It does indeed.
Okay, so it's going to be 28 necrotic, thunder, psychic, +7 is 35, plus 42.
42 of all kinds of damages. He is
Yeah.
now bloodied. Anything else?
That's going to do it.
All right. One minute, you're up.
All right. So I will do Dishearten. And I will do it like so. And here we go.
What are sorry, just curiosity here. What's the range on that? Are you casting that with your like image or with you?
The image. So do I need to shift because that pillar, or can I see around it?
It's a small pillar, so as long as you're not attacking the crusher, you're fine. Or where is that burst you just made? Is that the burst?
Yeah.
Okay, you need to move because you're not in the origin square, or you can't see the origin square of the burst.
Okay, I will shift up 1 unit with the. Okay.
I totally didn't realize that 1 was all the way in the back of the hallway.
Right?
Yeah.
1 has made the assumption that nothing else in the temple has heard you guys fighting and is going to be joining in.
Yep.
See, 18 on our crusher buddy. This is against Will. Is going to hit 16, 16, and 16 is dead.
21, 21, 21, and 16.
20. Oh, right, because of Rain of Blood. So dead, and 16. The Crod King did not get hit with Rain of Blood, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
He is when he gets bloodied. Actually, he had a bloody thing that happened when more bloodiness. We're gonna do a small amount of rewinding. So he does this. So I'm not going to move them because 1 already took her turn, but they'll just attack. So the one that's marked, the Impaler, is going to attack Drock. And then the one that's grabbing Drock is also going to attack him. So 13, and then 19. So missed twice. Cool.
Good rewind, Gary.
I mean, I felt like it was probably going to end up like that because that's how it goes. But I give my monsters the benefit of the doubt, just like I give the players the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, that's fair. I just would have been slightly crushed if 1 just killed them and then they came back to life, killed me, and died.
All right. Anything else from 1?
Okay, so I shifted the the consciousness, but is that a minor action or is that a move action?
I think shape consciousness moves when you move, if memory serves. When you take a move action, you can also move your fragment.
So I could also move actual one if I were so inclined.
The way it works is whenever you take a movement action, you can move your fragment up to your speed. So like you could move your speed and then it can move your speed, or you could shift one square and it can move your speed. Or you could take a movement action to do a minor action, and it would also be able to shift your.
Okay, so because I'm thinking that maybe I want to be a little closer to the group, so I would like to move inward. So I'll move.
But what could be behind us? We killed everything.
I know, it's a good point, but
But
Good point.
Gary.
True.
I think that's all I can do, though. All I care to do. Thank you.
All right, Griffle, you're up.
So, Dwarven armor, surgeless, regain surge value. I'm no longer bloodied. Thank God. And then I would like to quarry Crod King. And I kind of want to use Wrathful Lightning on it. Just to see what's going to happen. So I'm at a +5 to the attack roll and +2 to the damage.
Correct.
Bam.
That'll hit. And it's going to get the word, describe your kill. What does it look like as Griffle out the Crowd King?
Is it vulnerable to lightning because it's underwater?
He's not. He's actually resistant to lightning.
God damn it.
But
I'm gonna be like, I'm going to dissect you for science. And then and then break open its carapace and
take him out. So
and yeet my shit at him.
So after the combat's over, as things start to die down, you start to look around. With everyone sort of moving up and into the area, getting sort of time to sort of to be able to like observe things that are going on rather than just like the furious motion of combat. You can see that all of the crowd were injured, might not be the right word, but they had like things sticking into their carapaces. They had little spikes and things all over them. They had heavy scars and scarring. These creatures were not well treated prior to getting killed by you guys.
They were treated great.
Relatively speaking.
Do we know what their role is in the society?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So, go ahead and let's take a short rest in and out of game, and we'll be back at 25.
Can I roll to understand the human condition?
You mean
Wait, Gary, do you literally mean take a short rest, or are we selecting from Flow of Battle?
Sorry, it should be Flow of Battle. I'm just used to saying that. So, so yes, what does the group want to select from Flow of Battle?
I'd be good with just take a breather.
I would be fine with that as well.
Yeah.
I think that's good too, yeah.
And we also get an action point. So take a breather, it is.
Yes.
I'm going to take a short rest out of game. See why my wife is abusing my poor daughter.
All right, I'll be right back.
Same.
I don't really have anything. Well, I don't have any healing surges, so I can't spend any.
Correct.
And I don't have whatever the third thing is. I don't think that affects me.
So it sounds like you need an action point.
Yeah. I have 3.
I believe you
Could
need
you
to start.
deal me? Yeah, could you deal me a card, please? I don't think I can do it myself.
I got it.
Thank you.
So for the record, one of these has to be used next encounter.
Yeah.
It goes away.
We have healing potions, right? Do we just have one each?
I've got 2 cure light wounds and like potion of healing.
Can we use
And cure light
those?
wounds. Cure light wounds don't use surges, but I've only got 2 of them.
Should we use something to heal you up?
Probably. I guess I could use a light wounds. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're definitely going to be fighting more shit, right? Like, I should definitely heal.
You've
I
not.
apparently. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry.
I apparently have 2 healing potions and 2 potions of light wounds. And a blood apricot.
We've reached that part of the dungeons where the players look at each other and say, "What consumables do you have on you?" Everyone open their inventory.
I isn't working. Gary, may I have another action point, please?
Sure.
Did I hear you say as I was coming in, is there a limit to how many action points you can keep?
So the action points you get from Flow of Battle, they have to be spent on the next battle. They don't just stay.
Okay. But then we did all get one that we can continue.
Correct.
To use. Yeah.
That is not an ominous looking frog fish face.
So I have consumed a cure light wounds, so I've got 1 left.
Cool. All right, you guys moving the light up can see things. You guys have disarmed enough of these glowing eye statues that, and you also have like bodies and stuff that you guys have. You have all the tools, I should say, that you normally use to disarm them. I'm not gonna have you guys keep making checks because you guys have done this enough through this dungeon that I think it's reasonable to assume that you would be able to do it with the time, not in the middle of combat.
You assume my rolls are good.
Hey, thus far they've been excellent.
Good enough to hold up a corpse.
Yep. So, you guys see the back of this room. You see another one of those large runes on the ground. And then you see this. It sort of looks like a frog, but also kind of looks like a fish. Looks more like a grouper than it does like a frog. And you can see that within the mouth of the creature, of the statue, there is an opening going down. And now that you're here, that sound that's been throughout the dungeon, that sort of thing that's playing against this muted feeling. So everywhere in the building has this sort of silence to it. There's this quietness to the place. But in the background, there's this sort of low rumbling. And from the mouth of the grouper statue, you can hear that low rumbling is much louder here.
What is this red glow?
That is red glow coming from below the mouth of the fish. So between the ground and the bottom jaw of the thing, there is this sort of reddish glow.
What do you guys want to do?
What do I think that rune says on the floor?
Let me look. You're not sure exactly what it says. However, you have enough knowledge to know that this is a rune that gets used in warding rituals a lot. So things like protecting, like threshold runes, like something you'd use to protect your household or protect against, insects or vermins, or to make something preserve something so it lasts longer, that sort of stuff.
So can I use Arcana to see if I can tell if there's some sort of ward that would affect us if we tried to go down?
Sure, 1 second. I don't know why I clicked off your character, because I assumed... Would you... Hang on. I'm going to move you in a little bit, not because you need to be moved in, just because it's easier for me to click.
Sure.
This word doesn't say, like, welcome, if you'd like to board our ship, step here.
No, and you know enough to know that you're missing the context of that warding rune. So you're not, because they can do all kinds of stuff, but without the context, it's just a rune used for warding rituals. It's a rune of like protection. It roughly means like this is a threshold. Is basically what it means. So with your knowledge of Arcana, you can tell that there is a very potent magical signature coming from the statue, coming from below the statue and that rune. Everything seems to be linked together, and you have enough experience with the statues to expect that it's going to do something if you do not meet the correct triggers. And you're pretty certain that that rune on the floor is a more precise, a more permanent version of whatever's activating the smaller statues. So there is a trigger, so you can step in a square that is trapped for the other statues, but it's an area that is triggered that's connected to the statue. This is a thing that's on the ground that is linked to this. You're pretty certain that it is going to be much more difficult to normally disarm than the other one.
Well, do you guys think I should attempt to disarm it?
Can I assist?
I mean, yes, the answer is you can attempt to assist, but
I would like to attempt to assist.
right. I need people to stand in the room where they think their characters would be standing when she attempts to disarm this trap.
And the
we should be moving back, guys, not up.
He said, "Where I think I would be standing, I think I would be right here. I don't care."
That is true. I'd be up front.
I'm not trying to cheese.
My assumption is she's good at this and she's going to succeed, so I'd just be watching what she's doing.
You may wish to stand back.
This is what she says in character.
I will not be offended. There is a lovely pillar behind us.
Yeah, that's my thought. Pillar good.
All right. So what do you want to use to attempt to disarm this trap? You can tell that the rune itself is powerful. You can try to break it. You can tell it's connected to the statue itself. What you guys have done, some of the other statues, is basically disabling the thing that allows it to fire. So you can either try to do that, or you can try to figure out what it is that the statue is actually doing and try to counteract that effect. What do you think she would be more likely to do? To try to basically break the trap plate, break the connection between the plate and the trap, or to break the trap itself?
I mean, I think she knows the smartest answer is to break the trap plate, but she wants to know what that statue does.
Okay, so is the answer to
How smart are you being? Is the question, I guess.
Yeah, I think she will attempt to figure out what the statue would do.
Okay. So it's going to be a separate thing. That's not going to be a disarm. That's going to be a knowledge check.
Okay.
So are you, again, using kind of Arcana to figure that out?
Yeah.
Because you've already got a previous check that was hidden, I feel like you would know where you're going to know what you don't know. So go ahead and make the check for Arcana.
Okay.
So you can tell that the energies around this creature are more of a mix of psionic and arcane. You're pretty certain it's going to have some sort of mentally or mind altering effect, or maybe even a psionic attack. As the other ones are much more sort of direct, shoots a lightning harpoon or something. This one is likely to have much more of a psionic attack or mental focused attack.
Okay. So then I think that I would want to keep pushing on that angle, like try to understand it or use psionic potentially to disarm it.
Okay.
Or counteract it.
So that is going to be you're going to be making an Arcana check to disarm the actual trap itself and not the connection, like the plate.
Okay.
Okay. That should have been hidden, but it's fine. So not quite hard DC. So you do enough that you can sense that you've gained a success towards disarming the trap, but not completely disarmed it. There's pieces here that you do not quite understand. But now that you've pushed, you've sort of started something moving, you can tell the trap is gaining energy. It's probably going to fire if you do not find a way to disarm it fairly. So what I'm going to do is... this hopefully will work. Let's try. Cool. You guys are now in initiative order. So, Drak, you're aware that this trap could be firing fairly soon, now that it's sort of warming up. What is Drak doing as he can see the trap beginning to gain energy?
Honestly, I know there's nothing I can do, so I'm just going to back up.
I have an idea.
Phil, go ahead.
How many pearls did we get?
A bucket full.
Can we have them soak it up?
Is that what they do?
Isn't that what they do?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the pearls held elemental energy. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. And this pretty clearly feels like some sort of psionics energy. This does not feel elemental.
Right. So I don't think the pearls will work.
Unfortunate.
What do you want to do, Phil?
Well, my idea has been shot. Can I... What if we cover it? Is that a thing we can do? No, that'll make too much noise. Now I'm just thinking out loud.
If you can't see it, then it can't see you, so just cover your eyes.
I'm also thinking, if it's psionic, it's not a weapon. I previously used bodies to try and catch spears and stuff, but if this is psionic, then not sure that'll work to block it.
So we've got Phil, Morin, and Griffle that have turns yet to take. Any of the three of you guys have an idea of what you want to do?
May I?
Go ahead.
All right. So I want to, you described a plate, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does it look like?
So this might be it's difficult to see on the map thing. It is on the map. It's right here. I don't know if there's a way that I can make that easier to see.
I think I see it. It's where the rune is, right? It's centered.
Yeah. So there's that's not right.
So there is, there you go. That where that square is.
Cool. All right, so I'm going to move up, and I want to make a dungeoneering check to see if I can. Thanks, Marin. That's really helpful.
I don't know. I don't know if you have those in New Zealand.
I want to make a dungeoneering check to see if I can, like, what I'm essentially trying to do is like detach it or like disconnect it so that we can actually approach the statue if possible.
Sounds good.
Okay. Boom. Oh, dang. That's great.
You might have been talking to yourself because you didn't actually roll anything.
Oh, no! God damn it.
Did you roll really well or really poorly?
Yeah, I rolled really well. I rolled a 19.
That's rough.
Come on. Oh, come on.
You rolled a 19. It's the same roll, right?
Gary.
Hey, we'll take it. We're also not level 10.
Well,
Trap might be though.
Trap might be, yeah.
there you go.
Oh, okay. Is that the thing we weren't supposed to see?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So 2 successes. So 19 is high enough that you're able to can start working on the trap, but not able to get any great progress. You can tell as soon as you start working on it that this is a pretty difficult mechanism to play with, because normally when you have pressure plates and things like that, that's the most common type. It's designed to be sort of walked over and triggered. This one isn't. This one is more projecting something up, and it's sort of creating a field that has to be interfered with. And you can sort of see that on the ceiling, there's a similar sort of concave area that looks like this trap is projecting up to. So it's not just trapping the floor, it's trapping the entire area in front of the fish, which makes sense because most things here are going to swim. They're not going to walk on the floor.
Be detached from the floor.
Huh?
Can it be detached from the floor?
You believe the answer is yes, but it would be a sort of ridiculous amount of effort. This thing is like, this whole thing is a big block of stone. So it's like hundreds and hundreds of pounds.
Right, okay.
Still,
can we turn its weapon back on itself is what I was wondering.
This reminds me of the altar and the other stuff we've seen where it's like placed here later than other pieces.
Correct. And thus far, every time you've seen one of these things in the entrance of the temple, in the where the altar was, the area leading up to the altar, it's been on top of something else.
Could I do like a religion check to intuit what this may be on top of? Because we're in like a temple? No?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's do that. Trained in that. 20.
So you can tell that this whole area, a lot of the pieces again have that same look, that look of age. And the frog statue is kind of obviously been placed over top of something, just like the rune has been placed over top of something. But the core purpose here does seem like it was still like designed to be stairs heading to someplace else. And you can see from that red light coming underneath that there's basically through, there's a very short, how do I want to say this? There's a small gap between the bottom of the thing that the statue is on and the ground, and that red light is coming from that gap that's only a couple of inches. And you can tell that prior to that, that's still what this place was for. The stairs don't show any sign of wear and tear. the stuff that you can see around it don't show any signs of wear and tear. You get this very strong impression that this was meant to be an entry into something else. And it probably had something similar, right? It had either a ward to protect it, or it had something that would signify a change from one place to another. So you're pretty certain that underneath this rune or underneath the statue or somewhere in here, if you kind of get what this was supposed to do, you do think that there should be something here that would signify the transition from the old temple. And it's very unlikely to be as negatively impactful to you to transition from what it used to be.
You're saying if we could figure out what the old thing is, it would be helpful or whatever,
yes.
Or not as negative?
So you're pretty certain that this thing is designed is built as a trap that's sitting on top of something that was not designed to be a trap. That was probably designed to be something inside of a temple that worshipers would gain some sort of benefit for going through. This is a transitional area. So think of the only thing I can really compare it to is sort of Christianity, right? Mm-hmm. So you have like the main section of the temple, or the main section of the church where everyone is, and then you have kind of the what's the little area right behind the altar? There's a special name for that room.
Yeah, I
Synagogue?
know what you're talking about. No, that's a different type of temple.
It's like reliquary or something.
It's like a.
There's a thing that's behind that's supposed to be that's holy, right? That's the transition between
sacristy.
Yes. So the sanctum or sacristy. I don't remember the word. There's a specific word for it, but it's something that's a transitional place between the place that's for everyone to show up and worship and for like the priests. This is sort of the behind the curtain thing. And you know that that's likely to have some sort of beneficial effect in most places, this place being what it's been sort of changed to would be different. It was a very long explanation for what I thought was going to be pretty simple, but I hope it came across.
Yeah. What if I don't want you to be like, use a healing surge, but can I cut my hand and drip you some blood?
Okay. And do what?
And like touch the panel?
So you know that this panel, from everything you guys have seen here, from the way that they've talked, this place is currently sort of been changed to be a temple towards the Black Bitch.
Yeah.
Are you cutting your hand and putting it on the floor tile in front of you as an offering to the Black Bitch, or are you trying to interact with something that was here previous?
Means power when blood and water, so it does. Wait. Yeah, this is my straightforward, stupid thinking. Leave me alone.
There's
Well, to
so
me,
much
okay,
blood.
let me explain what my thinking is that this used to be, at least what we assume it used to be, is a god of war, and now it's moved to sort of a god of blood, which is sort of a twisting of that ideology.
My only point is that this room is littered with corpses. There's plenty of
Yeah,
blood.
but my blood is nice.
So one thing I will say that Filibuster would likely associate better than maybe Michael would is Filibuster doesn't think about this temple as like a place with its own ideology. He probably thinks a bit about being Bedvir's temple, or the temple to Bedvir's god.
Yes.
So associating what kind of should happen with the temple to how Bedvir acts is probably how Filibuster would view that, rather than trying to think of it more, I don't want to say intellectually, but like theoretically, right?
Right.
Not thinking in a
song.
He's a wisdom-based character, right? So he's going to think of it more from the perspective of the people that he knows and the things that he's seen, rather than like, what this would be if it was in a book. So basically, I think
it'd be more likely that Filibuster, rather than thinking about the blood sacrifice, would be thinking more along the lines of this place has been twisted. What would Bedvere do, or what would Bedvere's religion do, or that sort of thing?
Like Bedvere would smash or cry. He seems emotional. Oh man, my brain is melting. Gary, Morin, what are you doing?
So I'll go to Morin and you can try to think.
I wanted to lean into this idea that this is a temple.
Okay.
And I kind of want to like channel the spear's hatred of the divine into destroying this frog statue.
Okay, sounds good.
But I'm kind of unsure what, like mechanically, what check I would be making to do that.
So, and
because like I could just use like the spear's power.
What makes the most sense to me, right, is using the spear's power is easy, right? That's not something that's going to be a difficult thing for you to achieve. You just use it.
Yeah.
The thing that would be difficult is, and things like, sounds like what you want to have done, is you want the spear to be on your side. You want the spear to want to destroy this thing so it'll help you in what you're trying to do. Mm-hmm. So I think for that, it's probably going to be something like a diplomacy check, right? You're trying to convince the spear, hey, I found something of a god. I know this is the thing you try to destroy. Help me destroy the symbol of a god. And the spear, you know, if it's on board with it, will definitely try to do something.
Okay. Yes, that is exactly what I want. Because I want to channel the spear's hatred as opposed to just like using the weapon.
Cool. Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. So diplomacy.
Nice. So that is 2 successes on the challenge. So pointing the spear forward, channeling energy through it. As you send the energy of the spear forward, you see the area starts to crackle with energy, and this beam of strangely squirming lightning comes from the spear, and you feel the floor where the panel is lift up slightly, and there's little bits of energy of like bubbling and twisting, swirling water around the bottom of the plate that's swirling up to the lightning from the sphere. And as it strikes into the statue, you can feel the energy of the statue beginning to basically fight against the energy of the spear as the spear is chewing through the power of the statue. And you get this weird sort of exhilaration. The violence that the spear is doing fills you with this sense of like pleasure and exaltation. Like the spear loves that this is what it is doing, and it sort of gives you that feedback of enjoying the feeling of destroying an icon of the gods. Phil?
So intimidating. See, our encounter with Bedvere was so action-packed. He was very action-first, talk later when my back is broken.
Yeah.
I
mean, I guess this is a question for the group, right? What do you think Bedvere believes in? What do you think Bedvere's god believes in? What you guys talked to him for quite a while. Like, what do you think there are things that he is associated with? And if that seems like it's going to be something useful here.
Well, I mean, he talked a lot about like glory, right? Like dying for something you believe in, or like dying to help others, I think, right? He was happy he was like not happy, but I guess he was like kind of ashamed that his kids went to their glory.
It's like achieving something great, and so doing dying at the end.
So the idea
of blaze of glory,
the idea of the glorious death, but
action. A lot of, to me though, like the idea of like acting is like don't do nothing.
Yep, that does seem to be his MO. even if acting does not necessarily end up being the best plan.
Right, like he was gonna die to challenge the giant thingy.
Terminus.
Terminus.
So Phil, what are you doing? You got to get going.
What the would I don't know how to phrase what I am thinking. It's kind of difficult. So Bedveer is like very I do not like the idea of the temple being sort of repurposed. I think that's kind of gross. And you said that that what Morin did sort of cracked the panel a little bit and revealed a bit what's under.
Yeah, so he's basically Morin is holding the spear out, and there is this arc of energy going from Morin that's boring into the statue, and you can see that once that energy from Morin's spear breaks the sort of plane, right? So when it goes over across the triggering panel to strike at the statue, the panel on the floor lifts up slightly, and you can see this arcing energy that's coming up from the floor, sort of escaping from below.
Can I like coax that?
Sure.
Wiggle my fingers at it, or like use the spear or my weapon or whatever you want to call it, like a little hinge or crowbar.
Sure.
A magical crowbar.
Sounds good to me. So what do you want to do for the check? You're taking the spear, so Morin is very much talk to his weapon, get his weapon to do the thing that it wants to do, and he's being
to me, I'm in opposition to his weapon. He's trying to destroy what we're seeing on its face. I'm trying to lift up what is beneath.
Okay. Are you trying to do that yourself and use your weapon, or is it kind of what he's doing, where he's trying to draw the weapon into what he's doing?
I would like to. Maybe invoke is not the name necessarily, but sort of coax out images of the faux hammer, or what I think is or was the faux hammer.
Let me make this a better phrased statement. Are you making a check to get the weapon to help you, like Morin did, where he made his check with the weapon, or are you making a check in the world that you are doing something? You're just using the weapon as part of the action.
I'm doing it, not the weapon. I don't think my weapon gives a hoot.
So what are you doing? Stabbing it in, trying to.
Maybe it's not like necessarily me using the weapon. Maybe I'm genuinely thinking like some sort of religious energy or something exists under this plate, and seeing it pop up like that made me think I could like coax it to push harder.
So that sounds like a power check. So that's like using religion as a power check.
Sure.
Sounds good. Because there is divine energy leaking from the floor. You can definitely tell that.
Ugh.
Yeah, Morin and I have become enemies. Actually, we didn't become. We've been enemies since the beginning, ever since he told me that dragon wasn't a dragon. Should I roll this, Gary? On my end?
You're going to know whether you succeed or fail.
20.
That is not a religion check.
That's a history. Should I use the same roll or reroll?
Reroll.
That's a really hot take, Michael. All religion is history.
Especially for a cleric.
Fuck Gary.
All right, so that is going to succeed easy, but so it's not going to remove a success from the challenge, but it is not going to contribute to it. As you're trying to do it, the energies coming from the plate are too chaotic for you to be able to control, and it's not really aligned with your god. So it's not easy to do, which means one of many. You can tell at the end of your turn, if you do not do something, this thing is going to fire. So what are you doing? You've got your turn before the trap triggers.
I mean, I think I'm going to keep going with the Arcana angle and trying to like work at the trap directly, work at the effect directly.
Okay. You can tell that a lot of the energies are being disrupted pretty heavily by Morin and the spear. So if you're trying to do something with the same type of action, it's going to be fairly difficult So you're going to have a slightly higher DC if you're doing it, unless you're sort of adding into what Morin's doing. I.e., if you try to wield, put your hand in the spear and use it through the spear as an implement, it is going to be easier to do, but you're going to get that psychic feedback from the spear. Or you can do it on your own, but it's going to be slightly harder to do it on your own.
I think I will do it on my own.
Okay. So a 22 is enough for a success, which means almost enough to complete the challenge before the trap triggers. The trap will get a pretty significant penalty to attack rolls as it attempts to sow chaos among those that are coming here, to have them fight against one another. So it's going to be -5 to hit. Oh, I have to type this every time. No damage. So these are people within burst 5 of the trap. So 1, 2, 3, 4 targets. 3, 4. And the 5th target, Drak, who went and hid behind a pillar, means that nobody got crit.
Wow.
So I think that might be a hit on 1, but I think it's a miss on everybody else.
No, that
Yeah.
hits my will. No,
I'm
There's no way a 9 hits your will.
so my will is 24, so it would hit, right?
It would hit. If you have a
Okay.
power to avoid it, you can try.
I do have a power to avoid it. I have a couple powers to avoid it. Hang on, let's see. So actually, hang on. So I have Bastion of Mental Clarity, which yeah, it's an immediate interrupt. So an enemy hits or misses you with an attack. Does that mean that I do get hit though?
So it's an interrupt, and the interrupt happens before the trigger. So once the trigger is true, you can use it, and then it takes effect. You can turn a hit into a miss with it if you're.
Yeah,
defensive.
okay, that's what I thought, but I just hadn't read it before like that. Okay, yeah, so I'll do Bastion of Mental Clarity. So my will is 28, and everyone within 5 squares of me gets +4.
Yep. So everyone, you see the shockwave of chaos go out. You shield your own mind and shield everyone else's. The trap dies down for a second. You can tell that it will recharge, and it will recharge relatively quickly, but it's going to be disarmed for a little while. You think a couple of minutes, and the trap is going to be rearmed. What to do now?
Well, that was for nothing.
I mean, if it had +5 to hit, it would have hit a lot more people.
Yeah. Should we disable it permanently? That seems wise.
Yeah, I think I would like to try to disable it.
So there isn't a way to get past the trap? It's like it's
Well, now-
physically blocking us?
So it's warding this area. You can see that there is something below the pedestal that the big frog / grouper statue is on. And you can see that inside of the frog's mouth, or inside of the grouper's mouth, there is a passageway leading down. So yes, it does trigger. Bypassing the trap looks like it's supposed to be just to go through the trap.
Okay. So we could
So
just
you guys were 1 success from being able to disarm the trap. I'm going to assume with all 4 of you guys getting a turn that you guys can successfully disarm the trap. One of you will roll a success.
there we go.
Excellent. The spear takes delight in destroying this thing. So what to now?
Head into the
Downward,
mouth.
Yes.
I guess we're
Did
heading
we-
down, right?
Well, Philly, did you want to move the plate and investigate?
That sounds like a big old pain.
Okay.
It sounds noisy.
It does sound noisy.
We can make the slaves that we save do it.
Oh my god.
Great.
Now, again, from the attack that Morin did on the thing, you can get, there is a gap between the where the plate is now and the floor. So if you did want to do something minor, like you're not gonna be able to see the whole thing below it, but you'll be able to see a little bit down there, kind of like you can see the red light a little bit below where the frog statue is right now. If you wanted to do that, or we could just move on.
I think it's worth it to check out, see what we could learn.
I'm expecting something similar to the altar.
I am too, but
So what do you want to do?
If all 5 of us heave, it shouldn't be so bad.
agreed.
Okay. So the big sort of strength characters, Griffel and Drock, do you guys want to give me some like athletics check to try to crowbar up this plate on the ground?
Sure.
Yeah.
So it is very difficult to get proper leverage underwater. And you guys are not used to, you guys have been using Waterborne now for a little while, but you're still not used to doing sort of unusual tasks like crowbarring up something from the ground. So you can get a gap that's maybe 6 to 8 inches that filibuster, you can kind of put your hands through and that sort of stuff and see underneath, but you're only able to shift it where it's now sort of tilted at an angle on the floor. And as soon as Drock or Griffel, whatever you're using to sort of pry the thing up, as soon as you let that out, it's going to fall back down. Phil, underneath, you can see that similar symbol that you saw on the altar in the other room that has been destroyed, right? So this pristine looking plate in the ground that in the middle is blackened and destroyed. And you can sense there is sort of some divine energy coming from that other rune that's below the one that's been placed here. What do you want to do with it?
Wait, there's something I can do with it?
You pried open the floor. You can now see that there is a rune underneath this rune, or there was a symbol rather than a rune.
But it's not burned away?
Divine energy, huh?
It's not burned away?
It is burned away, yeah. You can tell there was a symbol that was the same thing on the altar, but the center part is burned away. However, you've seen enough representation and you know what the temple's supposed to be that you can connect the dots.
Can I grab it?
So it's
not the symbol, like the power.
Yeah. So what do you want to do? You know it's a divine thing, so you're probably going to have to say or do something. Either say a prayer or perform an action. Usually these sorts of like shrines or relics need something in order to do something and get something from it.
Can I attempt to emulate? So stupid. Can I attempt to emulate Bedveer by like singing a song, like a battle song?
Sure. You're gonna just sort of make one up.
Yeah. I'm not very creative, but we'll see what happens.
So, religion, streetwise, or history, whatever makes the most sense to you. All makes sense for sort of inventing a song on the fly.
History sounds dope.
Okay. So the question is going to be,
Excuse me, Siri, what am I singing about?
Yeah, what's the focus? What's the subject? I'm not saying you have to make a song right now. I'm just saying, what is the general gist?
Like a freedom for the theme of the campaign, like freedom for those who I don't want to say not everyone, but those who deserve it. That sounds dark, but like the adversary's goal is to get free, and he's sort of like he's proven himself to not deserve it in my eyes.
I thought you liked the adversary.
I'm still loosely on the edge.
We got a real episode 3 Anakin Skywalker on our hands here, guys.
25.
So with 25, you can kind of get that sort of singing in that little hymn. And once you start the hymn, the energy from the floor sort of starts to swell and it pulses. And once it starts pulsing, you can get this beat, this rhythm. And it's when you start saying the words in the right rhythm, it doesn't sound anything like Bedvir's voice. The words aren't the same as what Bedvir said, but that sort of almost like hymn quality, that psalm-like quality that he was using to sing his song, it is there, and you can follow the rhythm that it's doing, and you get this sense as you're talking about liberating people and freeing those who are being oppressed and all this sort of stuff, that there is something from it, and you get this sense of empowerment from the symbol on the floor, but not necessarily to free people yourself. More like you get the sense that this place would want to give strength to those that are oppressed so that they could free themselves rather than being freed by someone else.
Banger.
A
I
real
accept.
lift yourself up by your own bootstraps.
the bootstrap temple.
So you receive the temple's blessing.
Encounter channel divinity healing. I don't do melee. Can I give it to someone else?
Or reduce
reduce
to
it.
0.
Okay, I can read.
So what is clear about this is now that they know this is here, anyone who makes a similar style, like a similar prayer, like a battle hymn, like you just did, to this thing, would be able to gain the temple's blessing as well.
Sure. Drock will join in the song. And I'll just follow Philly's lead and sing along.
So the Church of the Elements doesn't have like a god of war.
Correct.
We wouldn't probably have battle hymns, but especially because I'm holding this anti-divine weapon, can I do like a bluff check to like seriously make a prayer and try to get this boon?
Oh, you're gonna get struck by lightning.
Yeah, this man's playing with spears, or you could say.
And I don't know. I feel like I could use the spear to. I would want to convince the spear that using the power of the gods against them is in concordance with his wishes.
Okay.
And I guess actually that's exactly what he thinks happened to Bedvir.
Pretty much.
This is not a permanent power, right, Gary?
It is not, correct. It is a one-time use.
Sorry, it's a little hard to read. It's just you recover a healing surge. You can spend or recover.
So you can either spend a surge and you gain health as normal for spending a surge, or you can recover a healing surge. So you can get a healing surge back. So your overall total goes up.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
It's missing a phrase. Hang on. Let me correct the trigger because the trigger doesn't make any fucking sense.
Oh. You or an ally within 5 scores.
Oh.
Ow.
5 scores? That's so far.
That's 100 squares.
You and an ally within 5 scores a critical hit.
Oh.
Unlike
Michael, Michael, I can't read.
All right. So you can tell, you can sort of trick the thing as you're going along. When you feel the divine energy kind of flowing into you, you get the impression that there isn't really something to dupe here. So with the spear, like it has a mind of its own, it's doing its own thing. This blessing, this thing of whatever it's doing, it just seems to be a call to do the action. So whatever you're doing the action for, as long as you're planning on engaging in honorable combat, you're going to fight something else that's on somewhat equal footing. You're not just going to, coup de grace something, by blighting them to the face when they're helpless.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see why I'd ever.
You feel like you'd be able to get that. So one thing you'll get from the bluff check is the idea that if you use this out of combat, or if you use this against something that is helpless, you do not think the effect that's here is what's going to actually happen.
Okay. Now, outside of game, Gary, would you have told this if I had not made that bluff check?
No, I would not. All right.
And,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, so as a divine character, my connection to the divine is more superstition than actual faith. Like it's sort of like fear the Leviathan or else, basically.
To be appeased, not worship.
Yeah. It's not like a reverence for the Leviathans. It's like, just don't piss them off. So Griffle's kind of encountering actual faith in the form of Bedvere has a holy symbol and had a connection to the divine that was very real and very present, and she's kind of thinking maybe actual faith is better than fear. Maybe there's something here. So when I interact with this thing, I am going to pray, and it's kind of actually really sincere.
Okay. So I feel like having some form of check to show your sincerity is probably the thing to do. I think what makes the most sense is insight. However, I can see a lot of other things being justified as well.
Hey, let me think. Insight seems right to me.
It's not really diplomacy. You're not trying to You're trying to just express what you actually believe.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what I actually believe. Griffle's having a crisis of faith. But yeah. I'll go for insight.
So that is a moderate DC insight check, which is what you need. So when you feel this energy come through you, you sense this energy kind of pulse into you. Your weapons feel like they're light in your hands. You get this sensation of nervousness is not the right word. You want to act. My brain is not working. Restlessness. There we go. You get the sense of restlessness of that there are people around, that there are people that need help, that there are battles to be fought, that there are these righteous causes that could be found. And the floor, the energy in the floor as it kind of pulses towards you, you get this kind of the song that everyone's singing kind of reverberates really strongly in you, this sensation that there is something real here, that this is something different than faith that you've experienced before. So you gain the benefit, and something else is going to happen in just a moment, but I do want to hear what one is doing first.
I think I would also participate in singing to the rune.
Okay. Would you do anything in particular, or are you just kind of doing what the others are doing?
I think that, yeah, I mean, kind of doing the same thing, but I do feel like, she's coming at it from the angle of frustration, for the people in prosperity, not freeing themselves, not, doing for themselves and just sort of accepting their lot in life. So maybe she's channeling some extra anger and emotion into this. She's getting behind an idea that maybe she hasn't really thought about before.
Sounds good. And that same sort of thing, right? You get this sort of this thing that seems static, right? This doesn't seem like you're talking to someone who's going to change and say different things, basically what you're doing. This thing feels like it is just what it is. It does what it does. It feels immovable, and even finding this beneath something else gives you this sense of permanency, right? That you get the sensation that struggle is something that should happen, and you kind of get that resentment for people that don't fight, that don't actually put themselves out, that don't put themselves forward. And you get the sense that the thing in the floor, this divine energy, has that same thing, that almost disdain for things that do not stand up and fight against oppression, that do not go in honorable combat. Not only disdain for people that would fight dishonorably, that would, slaughter prisoners and things like that, or sacrifice people on altars, but on the same token, the people that don't resist, that allow themselves to be sacrificed, are also somewhat to blame according to the symbol. So this energy comes through, and you see the throat on the back of the fish opens up, and there is this sense of rushing water, that everything's kind of being pulled forward, and there is this strange echoing sound that at first doesn't make any sense. It's obviously in some sort of language, but not a language any of you guys are familiar with. And then Griffle, you can feel something change. Your helm begins to translate what's being said. And there is something that feels off about the translation. Like, it's more, your helm is responding like it's being sent a command from the ship. Like, this is something on a more, your character doesn't have this information, but on a programming level, right? This isn't, it's translating a different language. It's receiving a signal, and it's sending you what the signal says. One second. Disruption in primary fate matrix. Divinational dimensional rift detected in control. Control unstable. Planar stabilization failed. Energy reserves insufficient for gate lock. Accessing secondary database. Access failed. Twilight database corrupted. Accessing tertiary database. Access failed. Tertiary database unresponsive. Activating energy conservation. This weird, seemingly inhuman voice is echoing from the area ahead, and it has this strange feel of, you can tell that there is like air ahead, right? Like it's talking through air, but then it goes through water and is completely disrupted, but that disruption is stopped by the helm that then sends the signal out to the rest. You hear another voice saying something directly on the heels of the first. This one isn't translated by the helm, but it does transmit through the water.
No words, yes, pretty words, words of power, words of rage, raging power, power that rages. Control I know, control I have. Control it will be through power and rage and blood. Control their rage, control their power, control their death. Control over life, over death is only power. The pretty words call for death, yes, yes. More death, butcher them all, get into rage. Rage on their bodies. Their death will bring me control. I listen, I hear.
Did everybody hear that?
Everyone heard the second. So Griffle heard the first thing, and everyone else heard the.
Can I get that in writing?
Do we recognize that voice?
Yes, you do. The second voice, it's the voice in the vision, feels familiar to you. I don't know how to want to label this. So I'll do. Yes. Here you go. Put it in prosperity chat. So the first voice you guys do not recognize. The second voice you recognize because you have that feeling of familiarity with the speaker, with the person who's had a vision before. So put it in prosperity chat. There you have the words of what's happening.
And we don't know the name of the speaker.
You
We
don't.
just know him as like the master.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
You have no idea what the first voice is, but the way that everything happened, it feels like either it's in response to you all being here or it's in response to what you all just did.
Do we know what a primary fate matrix is?
Nope. I mean, I don't think it's come up in the campaign so far, but
Do we know what gate lock is?
I don't think so.
Divinational dimensional rift. So the dimensional rift for or about divination.
In control.
Yeah, so is that Plucky from the ship?
It sounds similar to the type of voice that Plucky has, but it's different enough that you would recognize it's not actually Plucky.
And sorry,
I'm with.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, Sin the 8th, trust not an artifice.
Yeah.
So it has that same sort of construct speech to it, the sort of strangely non-vocal. So you think of like Microsoft Sans, right? Like where it's kind of like speech, but it's off. That's the way that this thing talks.
And the first voice also came from down the hallway, right?
Yes, they came from the same area.
All right.
So you know that you guys have a short amount of time before the trap recharges. Or attempts to recharge, or attempts to fix itself. It is disabled for a while, but
I thought we destroyed it.
it's not destroyed.
Okay.
All right, here goes nothing, and I get in the mouth.
So in the back of the mouth, there is a sort of waterway that's going down into air. It is a gentle slope, but the rushing water makes it somewhat difficult to keep your feet. And so you get kind of pushed down, and then the slope opens up rather than being basically a little bit more than a single person wide, basically big enough that the Karad King could probably barely squeeze through. It opens up into being this kind of large platform is the wrong word, slope. Large slope that then empties into this huge open room. And ahead of you, you all see the room is lit up. And there is a lot of sort of latent power and energies here. As soon as you slide down it, you end in the bottom of the water, and the water is about chest deep. The room itself, after you finish sliding to the bottom, is about 80 feet tall. So you slid down quite a decent way. There are these massive columns rising up on either side. And then there's water flowing into the room kind of continuously and being pulled away from the room, although you're not sure how it's being pulled out of the room. On the far side of the room, you can see that there is this sort of lotus flower looking place. And in the center of it, there is the interior of this opalescent pool of energy and water that looks very similar to almost like a concentrated version of some of the plants and things you saw outside, giving off its bioluminescence. Did I pull you guys over? I did not. Hang on. Let me put you guys on the map so you can see what the hell I'm talking about. I was pointing to things and I was like, I probably should have you on the map. So you can see on the far edge, you have this lotus-like thing opening up and then this pool of water in the middle, and it gives off this crazy sort of concentrated bioluminescence. And in that pool of energy and water in the middle
is this strange larval-looking creature with 3 eyes, one on top of the other, and these long sort of wispy tendrils from the side. The body of the creature kind of looks like a strange mix between a larva and a manta ray, as it has these flaps that go off to either side that end in tendrils and tentacles. You can see certain sort of Leviathan characteristics, but it doesn't have a lot of the sharp teeth, the hard angles, the armor plating. It looks smaller. It looks sort of fleshier, like a larval state of one of the Leviathans that you've seen before.
Does it look anything at all like the meatball?
Does not look anything at all like the meatball, no.
Cool.
You can also see, and I'm going to say, so you guys get put down here, kind of where this symbol is on the floor. You guys can also see that built into the floor that is raising up slightly so that you could walk on it and you'll have water on either side is another one of those things that you've seen built all over the temple. These strange, twisted, designed images. This one of a great serpent sort of snaking its way through the center of the room up to this raised altar, up to this raised area that has the same look of the things you've seen before, where it looks a little broken down, a little worn, but it's clear that it's less old than everything around it. The columns that you see on the sides that have these markings and strange sort of bands on them, those are ancient. Those look like they're in basically pristine condition, that they've been the way they've been for however long and nothing has changed them. So, any questions about the room before we continue moving on?
Does the thing seem aware of us?
It is kind of sitting in its pool, and you can see the 3 eyes sort of come to the surface, and it sits its face on the edge of the pool that it's sitting in. So it notices you guys are there.
Is there a clear exit to this room on a different end?
Does not seem to be. However, the furthest part of the room is completely obscured by that, whatever that plant thing is, that huge lotus thing, which does look to be living. I don't know if it's easy to tell from the map, but here is basically 2 pieces. I'm going to put this guy in a different layer for a second so his stuff isn't seen. So like this thing that's built is clearly like a big, almost like fishbowl type thing that's placed on the ground. And then there is this sort of living lotus wreath that's around it. So the section that's in the middle where this, like the stairs lead up to it, this is all built, crafted. And then this around the edge is growing. And you get the impression that there is something behind this, like there's probably something behind this, but you can't see it's too overgrown.
Do we recognize the patterns on the pillars at all?
Are they like the runes on the floors?
So, neither of the characters that might have the ability to recognize them recognize the patterns. They do look like they're some sort of pattern, but you don't know what the significance is. So, what do you guys want to do? I need 2 more people, I think, on the map.
Oh,
Please.
sorry.
Jared, like, are those the same patterns from Celestia?
Which the same patterns from Celestia?
The ones on the pillars?
So they do remind you of the gate, of the patterns on the gate. If you remember from
Puzzle, like the 3 spinning discs or whatever.
So you remember the 3 concentric discs that had those runes that are built into it?
Yeah.
They don't look exactly the same, but there is something about them that makes it feel similar.
Okay.
And that is the check I made for you, is
And
whether you remember that.
You said 2 characters. There'd be Philly, myself, and 1. We're all there, right?
Correct. And it was Philly and 1 that I thought would have the most likelihood that their character would remember and get a sort of an in-character answer.
Got it. Okay.
And then JP, the real person, said, "Hold on a second."
My character apparently doesn't know anything though.
Well, it's a thing of, so for some of the checks, right? Is this something that my character would know more than me, right?
Yeah.
Would recognize more than I would. So for the two of them, that was the thing I was saying. Your character might recognize this more than you, and they didn't.
And it's not written in Supernal.
It does look like there are pieces on here that look like those symbols are supernal, but they're not correctly arranged.
Okay, because I took that language, right?
I do.
Okay.
And
Does it
Gary,
seem like
sorry, go ahead.
does it seem like it would be like ancient? Probably.
No, it more looks like so imagine you had a piece of paper and you kind of wrote everything out, and then you sort of like tore the paper up and then stitched it back together. So you can sort of see where there's like the beginning parts of letters and symbols and things that you would recognize, or maybe you get like 3/4 of the letter A. We're like, all right, that's pretty clearly an A, but then it's really difficult to see how it's all stitched together. It looks like it's scrambled rather than a language you don't know.
So then I'm inferring it seems like that is maybe a related alphabet, but not the alphabet that Supernal uses.
You're pretty certain it is the language Supernal uses, but the letters are broken or scrambled or something is off with them. Because you can recognize enough pieces to recognize the individual languages.
Okay. So because at this point, it's like I took linguists and I've got a couple rituals for languages. So I feel like I'm starting to get to a point where I'm wondering if I would recognize in what way this is different than Supernal, because each language has a script and then it has an age and a dialect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So am I at the point where I could recognize okay, the script is the same but the dialect is different?
Yes.
Why? Okay.
I will tell you that you can recognize that this is definitely written in Supernal script, but the letters themselves have been broken or scrambled. So it's not like a different language, a different script. It's more like the letters have been are like disconnected or difficult to read.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand. This will be my last question. I'm not trying to
I do think that the concept is important, and I want to find a way to explain it in a way that makes sense. So I do not mind extra questions.
Well, I'm trying to understand what would cause that essentially. I'm trying to think of an analog for our languages. Because if I'm recognizing all the letters, what,
Have you ever seen one of those like puzzles where you can like turn the whole puzzle and then a message appears?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what it looks like, right? So it looks like before you turn the puzzle and there's a bunch of like things you're like, that kind of looks like an L and that kind of looks like a K, but they don't fit together correctly. And there's no clear lines where you can like read left or right, but you need to like turn pieces of the puzzle to where the lines then connect in the correct way and you can read it. That's what it looks like. It looks like the things have been broken and shifted. The letters are still correct, are still what you recognize, but there's maybe like a cipher. There's maybe a specific way that you have to look at it, because right now it's too jumbled, it's too broken, too disjointed for you to be able to read what it says.
Okay, so my feeling is more like if I could see all the pieces and play with it for a while, I might actually be able to read it.
Correct.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
So it's like I guess the best way to think of it is like, imagine you were going along down and you saw a sign that was a bunch of words in non-normal language. If the glass on that sign was shattered and you couldn't really read through it because it was reflecting the words weirdly, that's kind of was like, all right, if I could take the glass off or I could fix the glass covering, I could read what's behind it. And I can tell that what's behind it is normal ass language. I just can't read it through the broken glass.
Okay, so looking at these pillars on the actual map, it kind of looks like they have circles going around them. Does it look like the pieces would rotate?
Yes. So that is the things that are going around it. These little pieces here, the little white parts on this thing, that's the letters of Supernal.
Right. So hang on. So like here, for example, and here, it looks like there's like bands going around it. Like, does it seem like this is in fact like a puzzle? Like there could be some mechanism by which these pillars would turn?
Yes. So you can see that there's basically 3 sections, right? There's a bottom, well, 4 sections technically. One of them's underwater. So there's a bottom section, a section here, a section here, a section here. So there's 4 cylinders that are stacked one on top of each other that have pieces of supernal runes on them.
Gotcha. This is like 6-point perspective. It's like a fisheye. Okay, so can I look around for a mechanism that would interact with these pillars?
Sure. Let me throw people on initiative order because I want to make sure everyone has a chance to talk and do stuff.
For sure.
So I'm going to assume that you take a couple of seconds of like gathering this all in and looking at it. I'm going to have that be kind of your exploration turn. And then if anyone has something else they want to do, obviously you can go, but Morin, you'd be default next.
Just a quick question. Is this the room from the vision or still not the right room?
It's still not. The room from the vision was a circle. But this room is full of air, which is similar to the vision. Is the only place you've been in the temple so far that has air in it.
But in the vision, he had like a magically created orb that was keeping out the water, right?
Yeah, he was standing in a vortex.
Okay. I think I'm gonna defer or delay because Drock and Filibuster have all encountered these things before, apparently. So I'm gonna wait for them to take the lead.
Encounter what things?
These spinning
Writing like
puzzles in the writing.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking that, but that's true because we had to, for the gate to get back, we had to put them in the right thing. Oh, and the bone rods. Wasn't that what we used?
You did, yes.
Okay, so can I try to use? Sorry, I know it's already.
I know. I know you want to do stuff, but I do want to make sure everyone has a chance to interact and do things in the room. So Griffle, you slid down first. You made it here before everybody else. You see this room. What is it you want to do or investigate or talk about, or what are your plans?
Gosh, I don't know. So this dark light seems to be like paying attention to us but hasn't responded to our presence other than attention, right? Like it's just looking at us.
Yep.
All right. Well, I don't like the way it's looking at us.
Is it the third eye that's creeping you out here?
It's everything. It's everything. I just don't like your face. All right? Just something about it. It's really punchable.
Nice.
I don't. Can I look around? Can I figure out like how the water's getting? Like look around and see how the water's being like filtered in and out.
Sure. Go ahead and actually. I think you're good enough at engineering that you're gonna know whether you succeed or fail. So I'm gonna have you do the check. I don't think. What's your engineering is like 14 or something?
Like 15 now, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You can make the check. You can't get the worst possible again. So.
I'm AFK, but I can get there in like 10 seconds. Sorry. I'm putting flat pack furniture together.
Ooh, fun.
But I'm doing it like right next to my PC, so. Okay, so dungeoneering. Bam.
So you can tell from a couple of different kind of clues here that there's water constantly leaking into this room, which means that it has to be being basically pumped or pulled out somewhere else. And from the way that the water is flowing in the ground, you can tell that there's got to be something on the far side of this lotus, or the far side of where the dark light is, that is pumping out the water. So the water that's coming down from the ceiling and from kind of the entrance that you just came from, because there's a big rush of water when you guys get slid down, it all goes through here, and the water flows up on the map. So it flows towards the sort of lotus thing where the dark light is. And you're pretty certain that whatever that effect is, it's got to be continuous and pretty potent, because there's quite a lot of water that's pumping in here. The sort of waterfalls that you see on the left and right near where the pillars are like gushing, fire hose level waterfalls.
Yeah.
So you can tell, one, yes, there is definitely something pumping water out of here, and two, you know that it's on the far side of the room and that it's got to be pretty powerful.
Okay. I guess, I'm going to take a few steps forward towards the dark light, and just like see if it responds to me. And then if it doesn't, I'll just wait until I'll just like turn to the others and be like, what do you think we should do?
If you would, kind of move your character forward.
Yes. I'm assuming there's an invisible line. Because there always is. I guess I want to go...
Because this room is pretty huge, so...
Yeah, like I don't want to go... I want to go like just to here.
Okay. So, doesn't seem to respond to you. You're not entirely sure if it can really sense much about you from that far away.
Okay.
But the thing that you're standing on right now is raised up slightly, so it's about chest deep. You can walk across it without any issue. The things on either side, however, are pretty significantly deeper. They're about 15 feet deep.
Okay.
So you're on sort of a raised causeway that's still slightly underwater. Drock, what are you doing?
I'm thinking I want to use the power of the summer night and kind of get her take on this, Clotho's take. What's the party think? Is that worthwhile? I will ask this, like in character, asking if they think it's worthwhile.
So the last place they saw this was the Celestia, right?
These symbols, yeah. So I want to ask her kind of about the symbols and possibly the dark light if we have time.
Would she know anything about the symbols?
No idea.
I would think she would, because they are kind of artifacts of the time when the gods were very powerful.
I'm pasting in there for everyone to see what the actual effect of she doesn't get to see through your eyes the whole time. She gets one look.
Right, okay. So, and how much do we get to talk to her again? Just a little bit, or?
You get to talk to her quite a bit. So until the 4 minutes, you get 5 minutes?
Okay, so...
yeah, 5 minutes.
Are we most concerned about the dark light or the pillars? Like, what would we want to ask her about?
She may know the purpose of this temple. She may recognize it from before.
He did party here. Or generally here.
True.
This room also looks like it might be the size that could actually accommodate giants, unlike the rest of the temple.
Is that true, Gary?
Yeah, the ceiling is 90 feet up from the ground.
Oof.
This room is enormous.
So is... Oh, not my turn.
Like, this room, kind of thinking in your head of like all the stuff you guys have passed through, this room is below the temple, so you kind of like curved around, but it's the size of basically the entire temple part that you've been through so far. So the question is, Drock is thinking, hey, should I invoke Summer? In which case you can do so. And then once you are in summer, you can always speak to her. And then at one point while the effect is going on, you can allow her to see through you. So she won't see anything while you have the Mantle of Summer around you, but at some point during it, but you can communicate to her, and then at some point during it, you can draw on the power to let her see.
Okay. Yeah. Does everyone think that's a good idea to spend that power?
Yeah, but what are you going to look at?
Unsure. I was thinking if we can talk to her a bit first, we can ask her about the failed dark light, ask her if she knows about the temple, and then see what she would like to see.
I think that's a good plan.
All right. Well, I'll do that then. I'll invoke the Summer Night power there.
Okay. So you draw upon your summer power, and you get this sensation of energy flowing into you that makes you feel like you're full of warmth, you're full of light, you're full of energy. And you've seen a couple of things that are like powers that function a little differently in the temple. And there's that sort of moment of anticipation of like, how is this going to work? But it doesn't seem to have any difference from the time you used it before. And you feel that sort of immediate, stronger connection with your patron.
Cool. So I'll say, Clotho, we're in an underwater temple. And we're in the presence of a failed dark light. And want to know your thoughts on the temple and the dark light here.
So, like, knowing different temples and places you are, I can't exactly see you, my knight. I can sense something of you, but temples are all usually very boring. There's very few of them that have festivals worth attending.
So this is... what do we know of this, guys? Do we know for sure it's Bedvir's temple at this point?
Just guessing it's the Foehammer's temple. That's like the best guess we have.
Okay. So I'll just say, yeah, we believe this to be the Foehammer's temple, and there are some symbols here that we can't translate.
I'm
tell
not...
her.
Go ahead.
I would tell her they remind us of the symbols from Celestia.
Right. Good point. Yeah. No. I would mention that as well. I did forget that piece already.
I am not a translator, my knight, and should you need something that would augment your wits, it would be best to bargain or learn such things on your own. But if there is some illusion, something hidden from you, I might be able to reveal it. You get this... You've dealt with Clotho enough to know that as like a normal book reference, that's not really her deal.
That's fair. Is there anything you can tell us of the dark light and what a failed dark light, how it should be dealt with?
These are things of your time and not mine.
Ask if there's a hidden entrance.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll focus on the back of the room, show her through my eyes just kind of the back, the pearl-looking flower thing, and ask if there are any illusions that are hidden to me.
Okay. Go ahead and make the insight check. So you get a plus 21. So D20 plus 21.
I don't think my macro has that built in, but it might.
You just do D20 plus 21. Like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, well, 19 plus 21, so 40?
40. So you close your eyes, you open them back up. You get this sense of warmth and heat and presence as she looks through your eyes and sees the room. And she says, "Oh, you've made it to the Hall of the Companions. This I remember well. Great parties were had here. Oh, let me tell you, there was... Oh, no, you wish me to see something. There is much hidden from you, my knight." And then you see through her eyes, the lotus petals, the flower around that, basically get destroyed, like get blown away as they are illusions. And you see that there is this aura around the dark light of dread. There is this powerful sense of menace that is being suppressed by the sort of throne, whatever that fishbowl throne that it's in right now. And you can see that beyond this illusion, there is an archway that is covered in blood. The area around, past where the petals are, you see entrails are dripping from the walls that have been sort of stapled into it, and profane prayers written in blood and viscera decorate the wall behind where the dark light is. The area looks incredibly sort of disgusting and brutal, and you see piles of corpses, some of which look like they've been chewed or ripped into pieces on either side of the entranceway past where the petals are.
Oh, good thing we did that.
Yeah, no kidding. Clotho, thank you for your sight. Is there any advice you would have on how to proceed safely?
One does not fight dishonorably in the Hall of the Companions. Fight with honor, my knight, and take my spear. Mine is a spear of the morning.
And then you can feel her sort of smile, and you guys see Drock like half smile as he's sort of being inhabited by her form in some way. And then she sort of fades back into the background. She stops looking through your eyes. You can tell she's still there, but the sensation that she's basically touching you passes. So sort of when she's looking through your eyes, you get the sensation like she's wrapping her arms around you and she's right behind you. When she lets go, it's more like you're in the same room with her.
Cool. And so she said something about a spear. Like, is that a physical spear or just more metaphorical?
No idea what she means.
Standard, okay.
I mean, she is a she, so.
Boo.
You know, talking to her is sometimes difficult on a completely different level. Not because she wants to be confusing, but just she doesn't process things or doesn't speak about things or think about things the same way you guys do.
She's also a teenager, so like.
Yeah.
Too true. All right.
What's up, my knight?
Well, that's all I got for now.
Phil.
I would like to. I've been in too many World of Warcraft boss rooms. The ground of the path, like leading up to her, or it. Does it? I would like to examine it. Oh,
1 second. I'm realizing now that because you're looking across the room, you would have seen what she sees when she sees the pathway. So apologies. I was too focused on what's on the other side of the lotus. It's still in your vision. You'd be able to see what she sees. She sees that snake as focused energy, specifically focused energy that seems to be kind of destroying and corrupting everything around it. And that sort of snake in her eyes looks more real. It doesn't look like a carved thing of a snake on the ground. It looks like a stone serpent covered in blood and viscera, but you can tell that's more metaphorical, whereas the stuff on the far side is more literal. And in her eyes, she sees that as the serpent of slaughter. She sees this as this focusing, powerful, negative, bloody energy deeper into the temple.
Good.
Sorry, to answer my question. Yeah, great party spot. This symbol under us, is that different from the rest?
Yes. So that the symbol of sort of like golden stuff that's down here, that's right where you're standing, does look a little different. It's the same sort of style as some of the stuff you've seen, or the same sort of cultural style, but it's stylistically very different. This is sort of beaten into the floor rather than set into the floor, and it does look like it's made out of some sort of like jade, and then it's got gold or bronze inlay.
But it doesn't seem to. Well, can I guess examine it? Do like a religion check to see if it's different than what you described the snake as?
Yes. 1 second. Hang on. So you do not get the impression that it is linked to the stuff that's further on. This looks more like some sort of ceremonial thing, and you're pretty certain that you would need extra context to understand what this thing is, but it doesn't seem to do anything.
Okay.
So it seems more like a foyer, right? Like the entranceway. It might be very ornate and look different than what's inside, but it seems more like it's the entrance to the thing, and it's very pretty, but you're not sure exactly what its purpose is or why it's so ornate compared to everything else.
Okay, I would like to step next to Griffle, which I just did, and compare the edge of the snake to see if there's any sort of safe path forward.
So you can tell that if you were kind of to skirt the edges, that you wouldn't have to step on the snake barely at all. You could also swim through the water, and because you're waterborne, you don't think it's going to be as big of a deal. Like, it's not going to be an impediment to your movement. But you're not sure if being in the water and like in the deeper water is a problem.
The water is probably flowing, though, no?
It is. Mm-hmm.
So it's probably sketch.
You're actually, from Griffle's previous engineering check, you know that the water flowing in the room is going to pull you towards the north of the room. The water on the causeway isn't doing that very much, because basically it's flowing off of the causeway into the deeper water and then flowing up. But there is definitely a current that is going towards the top of the map.
Second. Oh, we don't have time to burn, man. Okay, that won't work. Well, great. I'll pass for now.
One, you've been very patient. I know you have things you want to do.
Oh no, you're fine. Yeah, so I guess I want to take out the bone rod and see if I can get it to interact in some way with the pillars.
What do you want to do? So move your character where you'd like to be, and then what would you like to do?
Okay. Well, I think I would go to this nearest one.
I will say that it might be a little hard to see on the map. The two nearest pillars are in sort of rock slides area, where it doesn't look like the pillars are damaged, but like the bottom cylinder of the pillar is either wholly or completely under the stone that's sort of been knocked into this room.
Yeah, isn't this is like a cave entrance, and this is like a wall here, kind of.
Yeah. So do I think that I wouldn't, like, these might be broken in some way, like non-functional because of that?
If they're designed to move, you're not sure how the bottom things are going to move completely submerged in stone.
Okay. All right, so then maybe I'll go to this one.
Okay.
And so I feel like the character would remember better than I do. Kind of everything that we did in Celestia with the rods. Like, I remember the rod was like programmed in a way to like change the code, but I don't remember the specifics.
I thought in Celestia we had recorded what it looked like when we arrived. And
we did do that, but I think Tyserial like programmed the rod in some way, right? Like the rod just sort of did it to get us home.
I thought there was still something we spun until like clicked into place, but yeah, I don't recall the details beyond that.
Yeah.
So you're both right. So the mechanism did try to fire when you slid the rod into the slot, because there was a slot in the middle of the device.
Mm-hmm.
But there were pieces of the device that couldn't move, so you had to get the pieces turning. You had to break it loose from being stuck. So once you got the device unstuck, then it spun and did what it was supposed to do.
Okay.
The DM's going to see if I can pull up the previous map, because discussions of this might make a little bit more sense if you can see the map. But go ahead. So what would you like to do? You don't see anything obvious that would be like a slot to push this in.
I mean, I might like push on it just to see, can these move? Or do they seem pretty stuck?
They seem very solid, but also rather, you get the impression that something this big, in order for it to move on a scale that you could move it, it would have to be a like pristine mechanism, right? Like this thing is hundreds and hundreds of pounds.
Yeah.
In order for it to slide easily with you touching it, it would have to be in perfect condition and or built for that sort of thing.
Right. Okay. And is there like any sort of place where the rod might go, or like does it, as I hold the rod, does it appear to react in any way?
1 second.
Okay.
So for the purposes of making things make a little more sense, let me pull you guys over to the other maps, because we've been talking about it a lot, but let's clarify what this thing looks like. So this is the gate from Celestia. There's a bunch of other nonsense on the map. So this is the gate from Celestia. And so the pieces here, you have these rings that had the symbols on it. And these symbols do look like they're similar to the symbols that are on the wall, but they're scrambled. And then once you had, in this little center part, there was this piece that came up. You put the rod into the piece and it sunk down, and then allowed all the other pieces of the mechanism to spin. And what you guys had to do was these pieces here, this inner ring and this outer ring, were overgrown and needed to be dislodged. And so you had to dislodge those pieces in order to get it to work.
Yeah.
Because this is what the map looked like originally, right? So it had all these overgrown things on it, these pieces that were non-functional. And then once you guys broke those pieces loose, then the map changed, and the pieces, once they started to function, it cleaned kind of all the stuff off of the gears that allowed it to function properly.
Mm-hmm.
Hoping the visual helped. That's not the right map. Cool. So you don't see anything like that receptacle, right? There was a pretty obvious thing on that other thing to use. There doesn't seem to be anything like that in here.
Okay. And does the rod like seem to be reacting in any way to being near this writing or these artifacts?
So when you hold the rod up to the thing, even though there's no place to place it, the rod does sort of hum slightly, and you get this sort of vibration from the column. It is reacting, it's just not doing anything super obvious. Rather, it's a reaction, but it's a small reaction. But any kind of reaction is more than what you've seen from the rod in other situations.
Yeah. So could I ask the party to grab their rods and bring them over?
Giggity.
What kind of party is this?
I mean, Clotho said this is a party place. Grab your rods, everybody.
Mine's an innie. What do I do with it?
My high school freshman biology teacher always said, "Women have balls too, they're just on the inside."
I mean, yes, that is correct. Everyone is born with the same stuff, it just turns into different stuff later on.
I mean, technically yours are also on the inside, fortunately.
Anyways.
Anyway, to get out of that awkward conversation,
I grab my rod and join my companions.
Hold it high above our head and walk towards one.
So are you guys all going to the same column?
She did say to come to her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, well, head on over there.
I don't like this.
Would someone move my character for me?
Sure.
My hands are full. Thank you.
I'll move the map in case you're using it for visuals. So what is the plan? What do you guys want to do here? With all of you all nearby, you can still sense that same thing, that sort of humming vibration from the rods that you're holding with these columns. There's nothing obvious. There's no receptacle for it, and there's nothing that changes really when there's all of you guys gathered around it.
Okay, that's kind of what I was wondering if like multiples would. So I feel like
even if we all
then-
like rubber rods against it or something.
Jesus. Go for it.
I have a smart question. Don't want to make things awkward here.
Uh-huh.
To be clear, reasonable interaction with the pillar trying to use the rods does not seem to do anything. Like, you guys take a couple minutes of like, okay, well, this seems to react somehow. Do we need to stand close to it? Do we need to stand far away with it? Do multiple people touching at the same time? Does that do anything? It doesn't seem to react, other than it does react to the rods existing and you guys being nearby, but nothing changes as you guys are playing with
Does
it.
anything change if we go to multiple columns?
Don't know.
I don't necessarily want to get too close to the dark light unless we're planning on just killing the dark light.
Yeah, agreed. Well, could I just come over here, for example, to see if anything changes?
Okay. So as you go over there and you get the rod close, you get this sense of resonance between the rod in your hand, the pillar you're standing next to, and then the other pillar on the other side of the room. They sort of resonate together.
You're gonna have to spread out, guys.
Alright, I'll go to one of the back broken pillars.
You're our tank.
Well, again, I'm just trying not to move us further forward. Yet.
I, Gary, will use this thingy. If I can find that. I'm really struggling. That one.
Okay.
And I will walk to this one.
Okay.
Until I need to walk further.
All right. So, Griffle, are you staying near the one that you're at? Or... Okay.
I will go to the opposite to. We'll go to this one. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, then I'll just stay here.
So to be clear, for one and Griffle, you do need to be swimming in the water in order for you to be able to be there. And the strong current is going to pull you towards the top side of the map. So the way that the current here functions is whenever you end your turn, if you are not behind the pillar, so if you don't have something stopping you from continuing to go towards the front of the room, you are moved 5 squares towards the front of the room. So you're going to have to swim against the current to the point of getting there and then staying behind the pillar.
So I'll be behind the pillar here then.
You know, Phil's walking on top of it, so he doesn't have to worry about that. So as you guys spread around the room, you start to feel the resonance. There is this sort of sense of like a ball starting to roll, this sense of motion, and you can see some of the pillars start to sort of oscillate back and forth. They're not turning, but there is this sort of sense of vibrating movement. And then as both Philly and Griffle, as you get a little bit far forward, you see the dark light that's kind of looking in that's pool on the far end. When it sees you get close, there is this sense of something, this like slight caress on your mind. And then the thing sends off this kind of gurgling, screeching cry and starts to slide out from its pool to make it into the water.
Of course. How gold is it, Gary?
How gold?
How gold is it?
How gold is what? I don't know what you're asking.
Sorry, but I know. I'm just
between 0 and 24 carats.
How gold is it?
Oh, it is very. It is. As soon as you're within 20 squares of it, it is completely covered in that harsh light. And does not, I should say. Need to fix that at some point if you just copy pasted it.
I did just copy it.
I need to fix that then. So it is covered in golden light. It's very clearly an aberrant creature. And as you get closer, you can tell that it is starting to come down from where it was. You're pretty certain it's going to engage you in some way, whether that's in conversation or in battle. You're not sure.
But you said there's a quote unquote ball rolling. Does that mean it's getting stronger?
There's a sensation of motion from the pillars. It's
we
not
only
doing
have
anything yet.
5 rocks.
So Griffle and Phil, you're the closest ones to it. Are you going to stay here and see if the effect continues, or what do you want to do?
Hey, it's moving closer. I don't like that.
I will pull out Baneslayer and stand my ground. I'll be okay.
So Filibuster pulls out his weapon. I imagine Griffle also weapons. Drock, one more in. Are you guys staying where you are?
No, as soon as that thing starts moving, I'm moving up.
Yeah.
I might wait, but I haven't had my exploration turn. And I was wondering if it would be possible for me to duplicate the rod, like I saw one do when we met them.
No.
It is possible to break
Well,
it in half, though.
Yeah.
I literally can't. No.
So I would say that you know from the previous conversation why the rod was able to be duplicated, and you know that effect is not happening again.
Oh, what was the reason for that?
So the rod wasn't duplicated. There was another piece of the rod that was sent to it, sort of superimposed into it, and she pulled a piece out of it that was already there. So there's always only 6 of them, and the more or less Ayari's version of the rod was sent to you.
Okay.
So she didn't really duplicate it, really. She pulled a piece out of it and gave it.
So wait, since we're down a player, does that mean that we have an additional rod that is sort of in the ether?
Yeah, we can kind of talk about that later and put that in prosperity check, see what you guys want to do with it. Because ostensibly it would still be with Syl.
Well, I don't know if 6 is important for things, or if it's easier to just say now 5 is
So
important.
what I was thinking is I would essentially duplicate the rod and then chuck it over to the pillar behind.
Yeah, you do not have a way to duplicate the rod.
Okay.
I don't typically like just saying no, but your character knows why that would not work. So if you are going to move, you can move up to twice your speed, and then we're going to go to the next round of whatever's happening here and continue moving forward.
Yeah, I'm gonna move forward next to Filibuster.
So I'm gonna try and stay off the snake as much as possible, Gary, and just kind of go up the side, like you were mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
And that current is only in the design of the snake, that area.
The dark energy, yes. The current in the water is exclusively not on the snake. There's no current in the middle, and it's on the deeper water on the sides. So where you are.
Okay.
All right. So the resonance in the room that was there when you guys spread out to the different pillars, it's not gone, but it dissipates pretty heavily toward the fact of like that sort of ball rolling feeling that you got goes away, and there's still that sort of hum of something in the room, but the feeling that of like a mechanism beginning to function dies down as soon as you guys move forward and away from the pillars. So the creature is going to move to there. Once the dark light gets onto the thing, it spreads out, and again, kind of looks like almost like a manta ray. So it's not very tall, but it's very, very broad. And so as it sort of stretches out into the water and extends its tendrils forward into the sides, you see it move its back in sort of a wave-like motion, and it sends up 2 arcs of lightning into the ceiling that strike at the areas of waterfalls that you see. And it sends out this psionic pulse. I don't think you're not close. Maybe. Hang on, let me look. Oh, you are close enough. You can tell it's not intended to send to you, and it's not true telepathy, but it is a signal of "come to me."
Uh-oh. I will relay that to the party.
I mean, we dispatched most of the things. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Initiative, please.
most of the things.
Yeah,
From
you said it might
Hey.
want to. You said it might want to talk.
It mighta.
Love,
I wanted to
I
talk to those
love
things.
how
It did talk.
Gary baited us into being all like spread out as well.
He pretty much gave clues that was a bad idea.
When did he say that?
I don't remember that at all.
Every time he's like,
no.
all right, where are you moving to?
Gary's fine.
Every time.
So, basically, that signal goes up and it strikes into little holes in the ceiling where the water is pouring in, and then you see slithering out of things in those holes these huge serpents sort of plop down from the waterway and land in the water all around. Yeah, let's take a 5 minute before we get going, and then we'll probably do like 1 round of combat, and then we'll stop it here.
Will you draw mechanical circles for the pillars?
Yes.
Thank you. I can see them. I just don't necessarily know what squares they occupy.
Yeah. It's a weird sort of isometric nature here. Difficult.
Is that one where it's supposed to be? Or is it meant to be 1 down?
It is where it's supposed to be. It's kind of hard. The other one's messed up though. Hang on. It's kind of hard because the base of the pillar is below the water line.
Oh, right. I see. Okay. I noticed that they didn't line up, so I was wondering if
Yes.
that was a thing.
You are correct. They should have lined up, but the other one is
Is
not
this one
lined up.
wrong then? Top right?
No, but this one is.
Oh, okay.
Top left was wrong. Because the pillars in the back should be narrower than the pillars in the front.
Got it.
I gotta say the background lullabies, Gary, really don't set the tone for this room.
Yeah, well, you get what you get. Use your imagination. All right.
Kind of imagine it like that. If you want to make something creepy, then you get like children to sing like a nursery rhyme, but like really, really slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, top of the round. Morin, you're up first. So you see these huge serpents kind of splash into the water all around.
Great.
Also, Drock, speed of thought, please.
Right.
Is that your full movement? Is that 7?
That is 7, yep.
So when you go to step forward, you get this sensation of like you're moving into like jelly, into something that is super like thick and dense, and you're not able to enter that square.
Well then.
Which square? Can you mark it, maybe?
I can, but not in the way that you think you're asking.
Okay.
There you go. You get the feeling that maybe a little bit more oomph would have gotten you through, but
it was difficult. It was a little bit too difficult, i.e., a difficult terrain.
I would suggest killing the serpents first.
Nothing happened to you, Drock, when you ran through the serpent, right?
I've tried to avoid running through it and sticking to the edge.
Oh, I see. Okay. Darn. Okay. Well. All right. I'm gonna curse the giant electric eel number 2.
Okay.
And where's one? There. I am gonna hit it with a Hand of Blight. I have Prime Shot on it. Oh my god.
One of those moments where you're like, I'm happy, but I'm also at the same time very unhappy.
Yes. Yep. It's a 34 versus fortitude hit.
This power is yours is written fine. My thing is not written correctly, so I'll have to explain a little bit of what this does.
Oh no.
Because like I didn't finish writing the explanation of how it works. So 34 would definitely hit for 15. Ow. Do you want to do anything else to it? Curse and other sorts of stuff?
Yeah, so it's gonna take an extra 10 psychic damage.
Okay. And did that include your reaping or blight or whatever else?
That's only that's an encounter utility, so I can't use it again.
Okay.
The curse with the minor, and then.
All right. So
yeah, I'll
you
just
strike.
leave here.
I'm just your attack is done. It's the important part.
Yes.
Okay. So when you strike into the eel, this pulse of electricity goes out. Now, the thing that's not written correctly is that it goes further in water than in air, but I didn't write the power correctly. So it's going to look really weird, but you are in range. No bonuses. That is not the right attack. This one. So
19 versus my reflex.
Yeah, it says melee 2, but that's in air, and then it's the 5 is if it's in the water. So if you're not in the water, it's only 2 squares away, and if you are in the water, then it's 5 squares.
Okay, it misses.
But 19 reflex does not connect.
Correct.
Cool. Carry on.
Is walking on water considered in air?
Yes. You're not submerged in the water. Let me say it that way.
Okay.
All right, and then I'll move next to the pillar.
Okay. Anything else?
So, actually, hold on. Is there current here?
No. There is a small amount of current on the causeway, but all it's doing is going off of the causeway into the deeper water around. So it's not enough to push you around.
All right, then maybe I'm gonna go here.
Okay.
And oh wait, hold on a second.
Darklight, what do you roll like a 1? His initiative is garbage. Okay. Noticing that the big guy goes dead fucking last.
All right. Yeah, that'll do it.
When a minute, you're up.
All right. So I'm going to move onto the platform, but not onto the snake. Then, so if I'm reading this shock correctly, if I were to attack that electric eel, it would not trigger?
For a lot of reasons. Correct.
Okay, cool. Can I hit it from there?
Because it's an encounter power. So.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, yep, I do see that. Cool. Yeah. So I will attack the electric eel with Secret of the Way. Although, could I reach the dark light? Is a question.
11 squares away.
Yeah. Is this? I think I only moved 5. Is this considered on the snake?
No.
I moved up
So
one.
Basically, the edges on either side are not considered on the snake.
Okay. So yeah, so I'll move my full 6 then, and I will hit the failed dark light with Secret of the Way. Theoretically.
Do you hit it? You do.
Yeah. Oh.
You feel most of the damage just slides off the creature and doesn't do anything.
Okay. Okay. That's all I got.
Eel number 2. So the eel sort of thrashes in the water slightly, and you see one of those mini, like arm thick tendrils off of the dark light. One of them reaches out, and you see this little like gesturing motion, and you see the eel slide in and move through the area. It is moving somewhat unnaturally, but you get the impression that it's not moving in a way that it would normally. Maybe it's acting differently with the influence of the dark light here. So it is going to provoke an attack of opportunity from Morin if you would like to melee basic it. If you would like to not melee basic it, don't worry about it.
I don't think I even have a button to do a melee basic attack,
Should
but
probably fix that at some point.
I would like to.
Well, give me 80-20, and then if you hit, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
You do not hit.
Swing and a miss.
So you see the eel slithers through, and it kind of flops up onto the causeway.
Actually, hold 1 second. Can I use Eldritch Blast?
Eldritch Blast is a range basic attack, but not a melee basic attack. You'd need to have Eldritch Strike in order to make an MBA.
Okay.
So it slithers up onto the platform, and it's still sort of deep enough that it can move around a little bit, but it's not very. It doesn't move comfortably on the platform. And then it sends out this massive discharge of lightning. So Drock target 1, Morin target 2, 1 target 3.
Okay.
This is against Fortitude, so 18 fort on Drock, 21 fort on Morin, and 14 fort on 1.
Miss.
I'm going to use my Cincture of Githzeri, and I use my Will Defense instead, and it does not hit.
Nice. Sweet. All right, so that is... where... Clock, where be ye?
Is this where we mentioned the combat seems really easy so far?
No,
Jesus
shush.
Christ, Drock.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know where the token, the
There's been one enemy has taken his turn. You dope.
I just had to say, if anyone's ever had a kid and they've been napping well, and you think, oh man, they're napping real well, instantly they wake up. Like, just thinking it screws with everything. So, same concept.
Right, so it's going to strike at Griffle. Griffle still has time on Waterborne, so it doesn't get penalties. So it bites out at Griffle for 27 against AC.
Hit.
Venomous Bite strikes you for 9 points of damage and ongoing 5 poison.
I got it.
And Serpent's pretty happy to stay where he is. Eel number 2. He of course has the movement to get to where he wants to be. One, not quite, but he can go here. Whoop. And then you know that lightning thing?
Yeah.
That thing. I did not hit the correct buttons. Hang on. So first attack is against Drock, second attack is against Griffle, third attack is against 1. Natural 1 does not help the situation.
Ooh, yeah, that one hits me.
29 points of lightning damage. Or sorry, 29 hits, 9 points of lightning damage, and you are dazed, save ends. All right. And that's it for its turn. Griffle, you're up.
Let me zoom in a smidge here so I can see a bit better. I mean, what's the strat here, guys? They're fucked up.
Go fight, kill.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'll just hit the one that I'm next to. So, quarry on the black water serpent. And I will. You can't second wind if you don't have surges, right?
Well, you can. It just doesn't give you health. It just gives you a bonus
defensive. Okay. In which case, you'd be better off doing a total defense.
I'd be the same as total defense, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Or I'm gonna hit Righteous Brand. Actually, no, I'm gonna hit Twin Strike because I think 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, Drock is in range. Yeah, okay. I'll hit Righteous Brand and give the bonus to Drock. Ooh.
So 18 does hit.
Oh, okay. So 15 damage. Fight!
Oi!
Alright. I have.
Boy, you stupid serpent.
I have empty, boxes laying around the place because we don't have enough room in the recycling bin just yet. And my cat is she just eats cardboard like it's candy. I don't understand it. Yeah.
I mean, you don't.
Makes sense.
It's all the throwing up.
Anything else from Griffle? As a reminder to certain people, if you have an action point you gained from the flow of battle, you do have to use it in this encounter.
Yeah, okay. I guess I will. I'll see if I can knock this one out by putting a Twin Strike. Actually.
It is not really injured.
No. No, it is not. What's the range on that one? No. Okay, I'll chuck a Twin Strike into this guy. So I take one of these cards. Boop. We get rid of that.
Got it.
And Twin Strike. Bow.
If you kill it, you can get a healing surge back.
Or crit it.
Or crit it.
I don't know. Yeah, okay.
Well, now you know what his AC is.
Yep.
All right.
It's a very unsatisfying action point. That's all right.
At least it's the freebie, right?
Can you number the serpents? Or number one of them?
Oh, I thought they were. Let me fix that.
I still can't use another action point this combat, though, can I? It doesn't.
You can't use another action point this turn. So the free action point.
I can use a regular action point this combat.
Correct.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So the flow of battle action point doesn't count against you for your once per encounter, but you can never spend more than one action point a turn.
It may be necessary.
Labeling things. Serpent 2. Hello.
Sounds
Nom, nom,
pretty
nom.
nice, Gary.
Hello, Goblin. Oh, he's gonna
Goodbye,
be.
Goblin. Wait, range
Oh,
2?
Yeah, he's melee 2.
He's right where I wanted to move.
Rude.
If I is this considered a is my spot considered a threatened thing because it's an at-will power?
It does not have threatening reach that you know of. Threatening reach is a special thing. So normally things only threaten things adjacent to them unless they specifically have something called threatening reach.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that puts you 10 squares away.
No. Nope. Why is this so hard to do?
Filibuster's now running in circles in terror.
That was way too many. This is so awful. Wait. I've really bunged this up.
There you
go
go.
back. There, wait. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Okay. Sorry. That was interesting.
Perfect. Working exactly as intended.
Did I get attacked?
No.
Excellent. Thunder of Judgment. I'm gonna cast Thunder of Judgment on the 2 electric eels and the failed dark light. Do I have any attack bonuses? Probably not.
Not that I'm aware of.
Are they larger than me? Yes.
Everything is.
This thing is giving Eel 2 is giving combat advantage.
Why?
From Hand of Blight.
Oh. Well, that's.
Thank you. I did not remember to mark it.
Now I have to redo it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 2, 3.
And these are your targets, right? 1, 2, 3.
I can't see your arrow, but dark light and 2 eels. 18 versus fortitude on the dark light.
Is not going to connect.
That's very sad. 32 and 28 on the other 2.
Definitely connects. So 21 and 18.
I'm just gonna.
And they are dead.
Just move him 3 and move him in the corner. 3. Or just move him 1. So 3 and 1.
Like that?
Perfection. I don't really do minor actions. Oh, I know what I can do. Let's get wild. Why not? Let's do that. I mark everything I see.
Well, each aberrant creature you can see.
I mark the one aberrant creature in the room.
Yes. I'm going to give you yellow as your mark. Anything else?
Nope, that's what I got.
Drock, you're up.
All right. So first off, I'm going to get rid of Dazed with Hobgoblin Discipline.
Nice.
Now, so difficult terrain, which is the aura for the dark light, can I charge through it, or will that take a penalty as well?
So you take 2 squares of movement per square moving through difficult terrain.
Okay, so I don't have range.
So you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You need 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You need move 10 to get there. So you could move and charge, and that would be everything. That'd get you there.
I was really hoping I could mark him as well. But that's okay.
You can do that.
From where I am? How?
So you can move, and then mark, and then charge.
Well, what's the range on Balmind's Demand? I forget.
3, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking because I'll have to cross the snake one way or the other, right?
You're going to have to stand in the square of the snake, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to charge or move up here, right? So that's 2, 4, 6, and then yeah, I'll do Balmind's Demand on him to mark him, and then I will charge, I guess, like that.
Sure. He is marked. You do charge. Since you're in the aura, you can sense what it is.
Or take 10. So what happens if I can't attack someone?
Take 10.
Now, okay, so question. Would I see that before I... Well, no, it doesn't matter. I can't really move back out, can I? Well, sure. Let's try it out.
Have fun.
Right?
All right, and unless you're spending an action point, that is your turn.
Yeah, so did the charge connect?
Oh, yeah. 35 definitely hit.
You're on the ball today.
Yeah, for once. So minus 10 then.
So are you action pointing or ending your turn?
Oh, and I don't think I... Oh, I do have an action point. I'll end for now. I'll save that.
Okay. Serpent 3.
Where? Oh, I see it.
Bite. Crit.
Fun.
What is that movement?
15. What?
Oh my god.
What's up? What was the question?
What was the movement of the serpent? That's like
7.
okay.
These serpents are very fast. You can tell that's not even the extent of their movement.
Unfortunate.
So ongoing 5 and 15 damage.
15? Why? Isn't
crit.
it just 8? Oh.
It's max.
Ouch.
All right. The DM's going to try to remember. Hang on. I don't have these powers are not labeled like I thought they would be. Apologies. Why does this? Okay. So he is marked. Is he? Oh yeah, you have to be 10 away for your power, so you're 10 away from his. All right, so he's going to start off by reaching out with his mind and striking a spike of psionic energy towards Drock and Filibuster. So Drock is first target, Filibuster is second. So, wow, those are terrible rolls. Also, that
heavens.
Attack bonus seems wrong. Let me check real quick.
Yeah, it looks a little high to me.
No, it's correct.
Do it again. Oh, also, does it take damage because it included me? I guess it included me as a target.
It included you as a target. Yeah, doing it again sounds like a plan. Let's do that.
Do it again.
I dares you.
If this kills us, I'm gonna be mad at you.
It won't kill me.
He just rolled.
Wow.
Nice,
4
nice
rolls.
roll.
6.
Wow.
Oh, also very similar rolls.
Actually, what is this? Oh, hang on. I was like, he should be able to do more attacks. There we go. So that was his standard action. He's going to action point and do that again. Those same targets.
Wait, I'm confused.
So he gets two sets of basics for his standard action.
Yeah.
And I was like, I need an action point, but
I did not, because he could just do that anyways. So he could then action point and do it again.
Got it.
So 29 and 19. And then the last one is 28 and 18.
Holy
So
crap.
a huge block of misses towards Filibuster. And then 2 hits. So a total of 28 points of damage, psychic damage on Drock, and you were dazed. My daughter's being abused in the background.
Wait,
Um,
and save can't end this days?
Till the end of its next turn. Yep.
I can't save against this at all?
You could use your thingy.
No, you
No,
can't
it's
use
only
it
save ends, and I can only use it once.
until the
Okay.
end of this creature's next turn. So when he finishes his turn, you'll get out of the daze.
So if we kill the Dark Light for his next turn, can we have Drock be permanently dazed?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just dazed forever. So after sending out the waves of psychic energy, the Dark Light reaches deep into Drock's mind and tries to control him. Sends out one of those tendrils and wraps it around your head as you're dazed.
I'll kill Drock. Don't tempt me. Oh god.
So the tendril wraps around Drock's head. You feel this alien mind ensnaring you. You would become dominated. However, when it tries to take over your mind, you get this weird isometric understanding. It doesn't think in the same way you do. It doesn't think in concepts and pictures and in words and ideals. Its way of thinking is so alien that you don't really understand exactly what it's trying to perceive. But as it sinks its tendril into your mind, you get this image of a symbol. Do you see that on the map?
Yeah, the square and the triangle.
The square seems vast, seems like this unknowable depth, this incredible darkness. But for the creature, it's warm, it's welcoming, it's home. But the triangle is something different. It's fiery, it's pain. And then you sense the focus of the creature's mind, the focus of its delve into your mind at the point, at the far head of that triangle. And you sense this power flowing from you, but it's not, flowing through you, but not from you. And the creature, as it invades your mind, you get this powerful, giggling laughter, this joyous feel of just a young woman enjoying herself, and this fiery washback as, from the creature's perspective, from its mind, it sees you as this. It sees you as this point. That's not showing correctly, but why is it snapping? Hang on. No snapping. Sees you as this point, and then as it sort of flees from your mind, as the domination fails, you sense that your brain tries to make sense of it, and that point of fire, of radiant light that's burning into the darkness, you see an image of a woman, young in her prime, holding a flaming blade. Around her are dozens of figures, elves, Eladrin, other Fey races, wearing cloaks of green and gold, each of them holding a sword of burning summer fire. So the creature recoils back in pain, and you can hear your patron laughing as it does. See you guys next time.
Banger, banger, banger.
Yeah.
Too bad Drock's gonna die anyway.
Thanks, guys.
They just charged right up in there.
Isn't that my job?
The guy gets a couple good rolls
all I'm
under his
saying
belt, and he
is-
just charges right in there.
the dark light was moving like 2 squares at a time, and you're like, I'm gonna go towards it.
Better that than it envelop everyone, and then everyone's attacking everyone. That would be silly.
Listen, all I'm imagining is me and Morin basic attacking each other and just hard whiffing. Slap fight.
However, I will say you don't want me to hit you with my spear.
Right? And can you imagine if I start getting crits and it's against each other and like I'm still rolling 2s against the enemies? Come on.
I think
While you're
every
dominated, it can use your at wills, not just basics.
Well, yeah, if dominated. Yeah, I was more thinking the aura.
I mean,
The
other
aura function is dominated.
your mind power.
Yeah, the dominated would have sucked.
So what we'll have to do is I know the effect that I want to have. I don't know exactly what the numbers should be. So we'll start off next session with how much damage your patron's backlash does to the dark light, and then we'll begin combat from there.
Cool.
Sorry, I marked the water walking as the blue potion thing just to remind me.
Sounds good.
That was helpful.
Awesome.
Yeah,
That
well-
was fun, guys.
Very
Yeah.
fun.
Good session.
I was really
Horrified
glad
for
when
our-
Drock charged in because I had like drawn that thing on the map. I was like, if this happens, cool. And so it was really cool to be like, cool, immediately I can daze because it can't dominate you if you're not already dazed. So I had to hit you twice
Yeah.
to get it back.
Worked
Well,
out great for you, Gary.
Are we playing next week or are we skipping next week?
I believe we are not playing next week.
Okay.
Let me double check.
I think that's right.
Yeah,
next
I think
session is the 19th.
yeah, which is Josh can't make. No, next week is the 12th.
Yeah.
And Josh can't make that, so the next game is the 19th. Okay. Sounds good to me.
All right.
All right. Thanks, guys. Catch you later.
Thanks, everyone.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Have you done your heroics yet?